Okay, looks like everything got started up good here. And, ooh, no, it didn't. Some things went wrong. We are losing frames. Hang on. Let's close that. Let's exit that. See if we can't reduce our load a little bit, fix this problem. Okay, I think that might have fixed it. Nope, nope, it's saying it's having trouble connecting to the network. Hopefully, it'll go ahead and get itself connected. Hey, there it goes. All right. Seems like we're just fine here. Cool. So we are in a stage of this game that is very much just about waiting. And while we do that, we're going to try and learn some things because I feel like there's still an opportunity for me to significantly improve just the overall strength of my teams here. And I think a lot of why my teams aren't necessarily as strong as they could be is that I failed to realize as I was originally constructing my team that a lot of these skills only affect, melee or ranged or, some stuff like that. And so I don't really have the right mix, I don't think, of melee and ranged combatants. We also are maybe prioritizing poorly. I don't really know. We're going to have to look into it. So let's look into our creatures here while we do some stuff in the background that's going to get us some resources. Let's go ahead and take Suyua up to level 52 because that makes her way stronger. And she's my only 3-star. So I'm going to be awakening her when I can. And that should honestly give me some pretty significant strength. Those awakens are pretty cool. Let's go through and let's just take a look at their skills. So I realized, I thought this crit attack was whenever they crit, but there's actually a 2-second, it looks like, cooldown timer on these crit attacks. So I don't really understand exactly how the crit works. Does it always do a basic attack, and then every 2 seconds it has a chance to crit? If that's the case, then 100% crit rate is actually not valuable at all. Or is this just an attack that it's going to automatically fire off every 2 seconds, and it uses your crit damage value as its effect? I don't really know how that works, because this is a 10-second cooldown. And this one just goes off once every 10 seconds, right? So I don't really understand exactly how these secondary abilities get utilized. And I don't understand how these basic attacks maybe get utilized, right? So there's no cooldown timer here, so it's just always a basic attack. If I have really high crit rate, does this base attack crit? Can I get another 240% damage on top of this 290 here? I don't really understand. So maybe, actually, maybe we can go into the guide. And, okay, so we've got the monster guide. You can check a monster's info and upgrade it. Level up monsters. A monster's stat will increase with each level up. Monster XP is required for a level up. A monster's stats are greatly increased with each promotion. Identical monster cards are required for promotions. That's the stars. Once legend or higher, monsters reach a specific promotion level. I like how they said legend or higher. So right now we only have legendary. I'm assuming that we're going to get a higher tier of mons since they have this legend or higher. They can awaken and obtain a passive skill or upgrade their existing skills. Devil mons are required to awaken monsters. Each trait slot will be granted with a random trait stat. Trait slots are unlocked based on the monster's promotion. Dice are required for granting trait stats. Monsters that are unique or higher can equip accessories that increase their stats. Accessories can be enhanced using gems. A monster's attack level can be increased, a monster's max level can be increased through breakthrough. Breakthrough stones are required for breakthrough. A monster's overall stats can be enhanced using elixirs. And splendor stones are used to upgrade the stats of unique or higher monsters. It requires splendor stones matching each monster's type, which can be attained from Land of Conquest. We're not here yet. Each stat can be upgraded up to +10. A single attempt can upgrade 0 to 3 stats at a time. Maxed out stats are excluded from upgrades. Once all stats are fully upgraded, they are no longer eligible for further boosts. Lock stats will remain inactive for a single attempt. The chances of obtaining 0, 1, 2, 3 stats are all 25% chance across instances. Interesting. Okay, so monsters is not what we're looking for. Formation, critter, upgrade, training, mastery, relic. I'm looking for something that just talks about the stats or attacks. Gold dungeons, all the dungeons, arena, coliseum, guild boss subjugation, shop, summon, pass, sky island, campaign, challenge, welcome, library, lada. Miscellaneous might have it. Hall of Fame, events, flash dash, puzzle. Let's look in formation. Let's see what information here. You can deploy monsters to use in stages. You can deploy/remove monsters by tapping them. You can quickly deploy monsters by tapping auto select. You can hold and drag a deployed monster to a different location. You can tap a monster to change the leader monster. Hey, what's up, Nemanja? Why didn't that work? Oh, I know why it didn't work. I turned on my OBS. I started my stream. No, that's interesting. Why didn't it trigger when the stream started? And also, why isn't it connected to my YouTube? What's going on? What in the holy fuck is happening in my life? Broadcast account. Why is my account not attached right now? Yeah, my internet died again yesterday. That was not intentional, but not really anything I could do about it. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on with this right now. It really, really annoys me when things stop working. Like, I already did all the things. I put in all the effort. I got the thing to work. It was working just fine. Why has it magically stopped fucking working? I'm gonna lose my chill. I mean, it's connected to the Twitch. It's probably not going to do the actions, though, because those are all still turned off right now. I guess the chat actions are turned on, but all of the boss's actions are turned off right now. So, like, the boss isn't going to be able to take damage because the boss's take damage action is turned off because it's not triggering properly when I start the stream right now. I think I'm just going to have to close it for today and go work on it after stream, see if I can get it working again. Nothing's ever fucking simple, man. Nothing is ever fucking simple. Just a constant stream of maintenance. Anytime you want to do anything new, all you're doing is just adding to the stream of maintenance. Sorry. If I wasn't a piece of garbage, it would be working, but unfortunately, I'm a piece of garbage, so it doesn't work. Oh yeah, that's because it's all done through streamer.bot. I guess we can connect it the old way again for today. Till I get it fixed. There you go. It should work now. So I actually have a question for you, Nemanja, since you've been interacting pretty consistently with the game. Something that I'm looking into is creating a browser extension that specifically only works on my stream, and is designed specifically to interact with the game, as well as maintain the chat's persistence across any web browser tabs. So one of the things that I think I've been noticing a lot about my community is they don't necessarily always watch the stream. A lot of times they're listening to the stream. And part of that is that, maybe they're over on Reddit or they're on a different website, or, they're going through and they're reading something, or they're looking up something, or they're typically doing something else that is taking them away from the stream and away from the chat. And so it makes it very hard for them to interact with each other because the chat is only ever on the tab where my stream is running. And so something I would like to do is I would like to create an overlay that instead of relying on YouTube chat or on Twitch chat, it just creates a minimizable window that will follow you across all of your different internet tabs. So if you're doing something else and you're still listening and you want to be able to interact with chat, you can still have that chat open. So as new messages and stuff come in, you can read them. The other thing that would be important about this is it would give me a per user interface where I could give information that strictly pertained to that user. So, we're building all these chat games. We've got some resources and stuff other than the points that I want to implement to create a more interesting and creative way to trigger attacks. And so I want to be able to show that user specifically what points or what resources they have access to personally. And so I can't do that with the existing UI, especially not for YouTube. So I was curious, how much of an impediment do you think needing to download a browser extension would be in order to fully interact with the game? The game would still be interactable, even if you didn't have the extension. You just wouldn't have quite the same access to some of that personalized information because there's no way to do that. So how willing do you think people would be, how willing would you be to download a browser extension specifically for interacting with the game in the stream? 100% is a good idea. I sometimes look something else and I need to change tabs to see. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I think that's, for example, like Drat, who's one of my most prolific users, listens to the stream while he's working. And so obviously, you're going to have other web tabs and stuff open while you're doing your work or whatever. And being able to just have that chat there, in the upper right of your screen, obviously would have to be something you could minimize so that you could utilize that portion of the web browser if you needed it. So you could see information that was over there or whatever. But, if you ever tab off to something else and then you come back, potentially you have, 5, 10, 15 messages you have to read to try and catch up on whatever was being said in the chat. And so it just makes the chat interaction between themselves much more difficult if you don't have that. So it would also make it so that I didn't have to do what we're doing now, where Restream bot or some sort of bot puts up the chat. Instead, we could set it up where it would actually just show like an icon that was like a YouTube icon or a Twitch icon next to the person's name, and then their actual name on that platform, and then their message. So it would be much cleaner because it wouldn't have, Survival Hermit says that Nemanja from YouTube says blah, 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 blah. It would just be, Nemanja from YouTube says blah, 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 which would be much, much cleaner and much easier for people to interact with each other that way as well. So it would be something, right? You would have to connect your YouTube account to it in order for it to properly work, because it would, when you typed into it, it would use, well, not just your YouTube account, your YouTube and or your Twitch account, because it would have a place for you to type in as well. So it would be your interface to chat. And then, you would have to, so again, I don't know how willing people are to connect their media accounts to an extension like that. I don't know where the line is for a lot of people. But It just would give a lot more functionality, I think. Then it could also, it could associate different accounts with the same person. So if you were logged in, or if you associated both your Twitch and your YouTube account, then instead of having those basically be two players for the game, it could associate both of those accounts with you. So you would just be a single player, so any information or anything like that that you needed about the game that was specific to you would be associated to both of those accounts. And so your user wouldn't be either your YouTube account or your Twitch account. It would be those two things combined in this other interface, which I think would make interacting with the game much simpler as well. Played games with Vanguard Detect, so there's no line. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Fucking Vanguard. What a cluster. I hate that crap. So awful. But let's go in here. Let's learn a little bit about these. So this is what I was talking about. So you've got this crit attack. It deals 230% of attack as crit damage 2 times to enemies with a 4-meter 7 area in front. Upon a successful hit, applies an attack speed up buff to melee allies for 2 seconds. This buff is stackable. Sorry, this buff is stackable with other attack speed buffs, and then deals added damage to targets under CC. So you get 100% of damage as added damage to things that are under CC when you get this crit attack. That apparently can only happen every 2 seconds. So we're getting an extra speed buff, but only for melee allies. The reason that's important is I actually have some high DPS ranged people in my team, so they're not getting this buff. I mean, a lot of people don't even know what it does, and they think some other stuff are not safe. Yeah, so that's kind of an issue, is that it's all a little too technologically advanced, right? And so a lot of people, when you think about the average gamer, the average PC user, they know almost nothing. They don't have the ability to troubleshoot a lot of things because it's not part of their work. It's not part of any of that. For example, if you're maybe a construction worker and you play games on the weekend on your PC, then the likelihood of you having interacted on a technical level with a computer throughout your life is fairly minimal, right? You have no reason to have that knowledge like somebody who, is in IT or something like that is. And so there's just so many people out there with so little technical knowledge of computers. They know how to install a file, they know how to run a file or run a program, and that's about it. And so companies kind of, as long as they can sugarcoat it well enough, can just get away with a lot of stuff. Because so many users are just like, fuck it, they wouldn't do anything to really mess up my life, would they? They just don't know. And it's really unfortunate. Let's see, this one deals 300% of attack damage 3 times to enemies, blah, blah, blah. Upon a successful hit, applies level 1 crush damage up enhancement to allies for 10 seconds. This is stackable. And casts a defense down 20% debuff on the target under CC for 10 seconds. Okay. So we've got a defense down, we've got a stackable crush up, and a stackable melee speed up. Here we have ranged allies, increased damage dealt. And then we have increased double hit rate for everybody. That is not stackable. So neither of these are stackable buffs. Here we have on a successful, so accuracy bonus for ranged allies. And deals added damage to targets under blind. So this person actually blinds things. Cast blind and root. Okay. So accuracy up for ranged. Yesterday when I asked you, did play once human, I meant recently. I did play with you, but that was a year ago. Yeah, so I played when they announced that they were going to do the permanent servers. But I only played for a little while because there weren't any real changes to the game since the last time I'd played. And I haven't played since then, so it's been another 4 months or so since the last time I played once human. I did not play with the release of the classes at all. Crush rate up to ranged allies. Petrify the boss. Increase damage for melee. Added damage to targets under bleed. This causes a bleed. Okay, so now we have increased damage for both melee and ranged. Neither of those are stackable though, right? They are not. So I think there's a character in here that I'm not using. Deals additional damage from stun. We're not stunning, which is unfortunate. Increases crit rate for everybody. Okay, that's good. This is attack speed boost for everybody, which should mix with that stackable buff. Increased crit damage for melee allies. And increases the attack modifier points by 60% for everybody. And then this one, so this one I think I actually don't need. Remove shield effects from targets. I don't think I'm doing anything with shield effects right now. But this is an attack up buff for ranged allies, but I'm already getting that from Sabrina. Oh no, this is damage delta. This is attack up. Okay. So those are actually two totally different buffs, so that's fine. We'll keep her as well. And then this one decreases damage resistance of the boss. Okay. Okay, so I actually think we're pretty much okay here. This is unfortunately only to ranged allies. I use a lot more melee allies than I do ranged. I might take Rena out and put in QD here, because this person will reduce the defense of the enemy by 20%. Which will reduce their damage resistance and their defense, which should give considerably more damage. And because my formation right now only has what? This person's a melee, and I've got him back here. Oops. So we have Lima, we have Rena, we have Cassandra. Oh no, we've got quite a few ranged. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. Damage buff. And then we've got 5. So we got 5 melees. We've got 5 ranged. I actually think I want to put her there. I'm trying to find a way to preserve Suyuha, because the bosses always seem to go after her second. Kind of starting to piss me off. Okay. Well, it looks like maybe I don't actually need to make any changes. So it really is just that we're going to have to gain some more stats and stuff. I think we could probably kill a couple more bosses here. If we go into the bosses and we do our kiting, we'll probably be able to get a couple, so let's see what we can do. Ooh, insta-gibbed my dude there. That sucks. On the bright side, he didn't start attacking Suyuha until third, instead of second like he normally does there, but he still killed her. I don't think we're going to win this one. Definitely not. Let's not waste the potions. He keeps getting my dude just right away. It's so bothersome. Doesn't look like we're going to succeed again. Well, maybe we're not going to be able to do that. That's too bad. We're just like completely trapped there. So I guess probably the only option we have really is, oh, let's do this. This is just a silly little mini game thing they have for earning these points. I didn't actually do it yesterday because I forgot. Too many things going on yesterday. But it's just a try not to die game. Click the button, change directions, stay inside. Stay inside the lines. I'm really bad at it. Ooh. That was almost game right there. Hey, this might be the best I've ever done. Killing the game. Oh, I missed my little flyer. Damn. Okay, that was good enough to at least get my daily reward though, so. We can go look at the exchange. Let's see, I don't think I have 2 of these, so let's go ahead and unlock that guy. And let's go ahead and unlock that guy. Because those are little critters, and they give me some base bonuses. We definitely want the critter bonuses. And then let's go in here and let's beat some other storylines. Oh, Sky Patrol, I forgot to do this. Let's complete all these. Patrol again. Perfect. What can we do with this shop here? We could buy 10,000 sky shards. Let's definitely do that. So the reason the sky shards are important, we're going to go use them right now actually, is they allow us to go to this Temple of the Dragon. And try to get our legendaries. Okay, that is going to end up taking a lot. Holy crap. We're never going to get those. That's crazy. But yeah, let's go do some campaigns. I've almost beaten this one. I can't beat this last thing yet, I don't think, though. We have the event campaign. We actually need to do this. I tried this just a little while ago and I wasn't able to complete it. I was pretty close, but not quite there. Um, so let's try a different layout. Let's go in. One of the things that I think I messed up on was I left all my melees up here, and a lot of them can't hit. The boss spawns up here at the beginning, and you have like the whole time period to kill him. So instead of using my melees up here, let's move all my melees down in here, and we'll take all of our ranged characters and put them up here, and they should all pretty much, I think, be able to get the boss. It's possible this one won't. I'm not 100% sure. Just for safety's sake, let's move this person here. And yeah, hopefully that'll be good there. And then a ton of little enemies come down from here, from both of these sides. So hopefully our melees will be good enough to take them out. We'll have to see. Let's give it a whirl. Yeah, it looks like all of them except for this corner one right here are attacking the boss, which is good. And our melees are actually doing a really good job here. They've got a lot of AoE and stuff. Kraka and Suya especially should be pretty strong here. So hopefully we'll be alright. Eventually they're going to come from both sides, and it's just a ton of them. They just stream in. So we'll see how things go. I may need to actually go ahead and just start using this. Maybe that'll help. Because this recharges, like, over time. So we'll use it early, and we'll use it often, and we'll see if maybe we can't get this Shazam dead. We actually seem to be going quite a bit better this time than last time. It was almost overrun down in the bottom last time. And I definitely wasn't doing this much damage up on the top. So I think this was definitely a better layout. For sure. These melees are way stronger at the AoE than the ranged characters are. Now we've got these people coming in from the top down. Hopefully, again, we can hang on here. But like I said, I think the AoE of the melees is just way better. I think the ranged enemy, or the ranged characters, tend to be more single target oriented. This one's going to be much, much closer. We've got one more wave worth, and then we get a little bit of time after the final wave finishes where we get to just attack the boss. And so I don't know how long that is, but I think we're going to make it. I think we should be good here. It's crazy what just a little bit of a different twist on your layout and stuff can do to really push you through. I've also gotten a little bit stronger, but definitely not very much. And definitely not very much in the tower defense. A lot of the extra strength I've gotten have come from like gold and stuff like that, buying those upgrades. So, yeah, but it looks like we're good. We just got to finish off these last bit of enemies. The boss is done. So it looks like we're going to clear this, which makes me very happy. Because we get the final rewards here. And we now get to start doing it on hard mode. Which is very good. Because we get even more of the currency that you get from beating these when you do them on hard mode. So let's see. Okay, we've got them coming in from both sides here. I like having one of my melees here and Suyuha here. And then we'll probably want to put that person there. We're going to want our other, this person right here. And then, yeah, I think that'll probably be the best. I put this person over here because she's kind of my least powerful DPS, as well as this person is here strictly to give me accuracy. So I don't even know if I need the accuracy. We'll have to take a look and see how often I'm missing. Because if I'm not missing at all, then I should get rid of this person and put another DPSer in there. Okay, well, I'm already seeing quite a few misses, so... In TD, I'm not sure you can miss. You can. I'm seeing lots of misses all over the place. It's actually where I miss the most often, which is why I've always had this character in here. It's really hard to get accuracy to help in the TD. The first 2 days I played before I started streaming this game, I was just getting my butt kicked because I could not hit anything. It was driving me insane. But everything seems to be going good here. My team is strong. I'm fairly far behind in the tower defense versus where I am in the stages. So as long as I'm hitting things, usually I'm able to stay up and keep things, pushed back. But as soon as I start missing, it's pretty much game over. As soon as their evade exceeds my accuracy, I lose whatever stage I'm on. We've got a couple of sort of semi-bosses here, these ice wolves. That one is going to make it through and do some damage here. That sucks. Oh no, it's not going to make it. It didn't make it. Holy shit. That was super close. Yeah, this whole line is kind of pushing, but we got him. We pushed him back. That was real crazy. We're on 1x speed too. Let's go to 2x. Let's just speed this thing up here. These are like some of my weakest. Well, I guess no. Yeah, these are a couple of my weakest people here. Just beating this boss's ass. Alright. So the reason that's important to me is that's the thing for this event right here. And so I've got these missions where clear the campaign on normal, you get 250 of these points. But then beating that first one on hard, I'm getting 750. And so these currencies are used in a little event shop. Pretty common standard fare for these gacha games. But I want to use this in this event shop so that I can buy these Devilmons. But also, I kind of want to get some of these elixirs, and I think we're going to do this right now. Because I have enough to buy 5 sets of these elixirs. And 500 elixirs is what I need to upgrade. If we go into our monsters here, you have this skill upgrade system here. And you have the ability, I think it said you get 1 to 4, or 0 to 3, sorry. And each stat can be upgraded like 1 time or something. Let's take a look, let's read. Monsters' overall stats can be enhanced using elixirs. That's all it says. Overall stats can be enhanced using elixirs. Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm going to get +1 level. So 0.25% to all of their base stats. That's interesting. So let's just take a look. Attack is 54k, HP is 718.3k. So let's see what this will do for me. So 54.18, so 180 there, and then a little under 2k on the HP. But that's just base. And so when you go back in and you actually click those people out here, you'll see this is actually 873.4k. So all of my multipliers are in here now. And then 8.927 million. So that's adding strictly to my base, which is very important because most of the percent bonuses you get are additive, not multiplicative. So you have your base, and then you add all of your percentages together, and then you add the percentage, or you get the percentage benefit. Instead of doing each percentage benefit on top of each other, you add all the percentages together and then just apply it as a whole to the base. So increasing that base has a pretty significant impact. We have a couple 100%, I'm sure, bonus to the stats. But that was interesting. I don't know how important that is sort of early game to be doing. I feel like that might be kind of a late game optimization. So maybe I shouldn't worry about it so much. But it is also something that is going to continue benefiting me. So that 0.25 is being applied to that base. And so as my stats go up from now on, they're going to additionally get that 0.25%. So that bonus is going to continue to stack on top of every level that they pass and all of that stuff. So I guess it doesn't really matter when I do it, except that there are some probably better resources I could get right now, like those Devilmons. So I have Suyuha in tier 3. So if I get 10 Devilmons, which I have 6, I can go ahead and awaken her. And this will decrease her remaining skill cooldown by 100%, which basically will mean that at the start of every boss fight, she'll already have her crit or her exclusive skill available. And so she'll just start the fight by using the exclusive skill, which will be extremely powerful in the PvP modes, as well as extremely powerful in the boss fights. So I would like to go ahead and get that going. And here pretty soon, when we get our next level, our ability to get masterpieces goes up by 10 times, because we're going to go from 0.03 to 0.3. And then we'll finally be able to maybe get some transcendent at a 0.01%. So we're not going to get very many of these, but over the course of, one of these orb levels or two, we might get 1 or 2 of these transcendents, and we'll finally be able to fill out the rest of our stuff with masterpiece. So that'll be nice. We're getting there. We're not quite there, but we're getting there. We're about a little over half, almost 2/3 of the way there. But let's go back in and let's do some more of these tower defense battles and see if we can't make a little more progress here on some of these campaigns. This is just one big long one. So on this one, as far as I can tell, the strat is to keep your melees on the outside. Because if I were to put a ranged one here, you see how I cut off all of that range that this character has on the outside there. But if I put them on the inside, then they're pretty much making use of their full range. They're hitting everything in here. The same thing is going to kind of be true here. If I put this one here, they kind of make use of their full range. And I want to do that with these two, because this person roots and this person petrifies. And then this is probably one of the weakest positions because it's just on a straight. So this is just one of my buff characters. That's Rena there. And then this is my accuracy character. So I want to put them on the outside straights so that, they waste because they're not very important for doing damage. And then we want to put our Kraka and our Suya on corners, as well as this person on a corner. And then because this extends a little bit beyond over here, I want to put a ranged one out here because that'll cut off less of that person's range. And then this person is just kind of getting stuck in a bad spot there, but that's fine. Actually, maybe this will be... no, this is a better spot here because it gets a little bit of that arch there. Yeah, so it gets a little more. Cool. Oh my goodness, they're so fast. Please die faster. Thankfully, they got to run all the way around a bunch of times. So they're getting to a route right here is the furthest they've gotten. They still have to run all the way back up and around and halfway back down. So I think we're okay. We'll see how the other... Ooh. They're not prioritizing very well. That sucks. A couple of them got through there. This one was like shooting over here while there was something running right past it. I don't know what was going on there. Like, there's this guy right here, and they get... Okay, he turned and got him that time. We still have 3 stars, so we can take a couple of small hits and be just fine. It's the big hits where, like, the semi-bosses and stuff make it through that's a problem. You can't see squat in here. There's always so much stuff going on. Oh, I took a big hit there. One of the semi-bosses must have gotten through. That's too bad. I wish I'd have been paying attention. Oh, there's that semi-boss. Oh, he's gonna get through. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. Okay. Well, we're not going any further than that right now. That hurt. Let's see if we can beat the normal version of this one right here. So this is another one of those, the ending of these all have like a big boss thing that gets stuck. And then lots and lots of little enemies. So let's kind of try the same strat again. I didn't realize how strong my melees were. And then we'll put these two right up here. Or do we need to move these ones up? Probably need to move these ones up. And we might actually need these ones to go right here. There we go. I think there's a boss that spawns up here that I have to kill. And then everything else just spawns all crazy. We'll see. We can move while the thing is going. So if a big old boss doesn't spawn up here, it didn't. Okay, so we want this one to move right here. We want this one to move right here. And that's how we'll do it. Keep these melees down at the bottom, so if anything gets past my ranged characters, the melee's AoE will take it out. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff making it through, coming down, and then the AoEs are just cleaning it up. That's actually working way better. That's good stuff. That's real good stuff. I always thought that my ranged characters were stronger for this mode, but it doesn't seem like they are. We got a sub-boss coming through here, and he hasn't taken very much damage at all. I'm a little concerned. That's too bad. We're going to take that hit. There's the big boss there. Let's go ahead and move these two good range DPSers back up. Let them fight that. But it looks like, yeah, we're just not getting these sub-bosses. They're just breaking through. Dang. What is that all about? Well, we've got 2 more campaigns that... I don't really feel like doing that right now. Let's see. Do we have some arena tickets? Yeah, we got some arena tickets. Let's do some arena. Oh, this person is, yeah, way stronger than me. Okay. Oh, that was pretty funny. I should be fine for pretty much the rest of these, as long as I don't fight that person again. Although there's a pretty good chance that I will fight that person again. But I think that person was rank 4 or 5. They're 1 or 2 ranks above me right now. Oh, am I going to lose to Sandan? Oh, I did lose to Sandan. What is going on in my life right now? I'm having the worst day. Having the worst day. Luna Caballero. Oh, that person's also up there in strength with me. Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna get me. Alright, well, that wasn't too bad. My win rates are still pretty decent. I got 91% here. And I've got 80-something%, I think. Nope, 92% here. So we're doing a good job. We're still climbing really good. But just going to take some time. No big deal. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, over 90% is great. That's obviously means I'm just going to keep climbing, which is perfectly fine. That's a weekly. I think I already bought the potions for today with the crystals. I did. What are we at here? Still close. So something I was talking to my older brother about yesterday while we were sitting in our living room with no internet, having our first face-to-face conversation in days. We were talking about, the game and wanting to do that stuff. And it occurred to me that this sort of idle RPG gotcha kind of game could be really fun as a stream game. So now that I'm working with Godot and working to build the game in Godot, something I realized is that it doesn't just have to be an overlay. It can be an actual game that I can play. I've always known that my older brother was an interesting dude. He is one of the few people I've met in my real life who I think is as smart as I am. I got really lucky because both of my brothers are like incredibly intelligent. And so I really enjoy talking to them. And when we all lived together when I was living in Illinois until recently, and we've all pretty much lived together our entire lives, but we always, we'll sit down in the living room and just sit around having conversations about stuff for hours and hours and hours. I've always enjoyed talking to my brothers. But I realized that it would be maybe kind of interesting to create a game like this where the gotchas that you're using are actually viewer characters. And so, like I was talking about before with the extension, where I could give you specific information to just you for the game, it would give an opportunity for the viewers to sort of be working on and developing their character, and then I could use that character in some sort of an idle game like this. And so, based on your chats and based on your viewership and stuff like that, you would get resources to, change the way the character looked, or change something about it in some way, and then I would use that character, for the boss battles and all of that stuff. Put them in different teams. You could have, streamer versus streamer fights that way, where you took, your viewer characters or whatever and put them into teams and fought them against each other. And I think it would be just a much more interactive, and honestly just generally fun kind of game. Because I really like idle games. I really like gotcha games. I don't like the way they monetize those games, but the idea behind, the extreme RNG and, all the pulls and kind of making do with what you get, all of that stuff is sort of interesting to me. And so I think turning it into something with chat would be interesting. But we had all kinds of ideas for some really good chat games. Absolutely, absolutely. And we are definitely going to be working on the boss fight game first. And that's still the main focus, but I do want to have sort of larger goals, and I want to have things that can be built on that, right? Because the boss game itself could ultimately be built into a game like this. So, we want to get the input system, and the chat interface system down right, so that we have something that's a little more interesting for the chat interactions. So instead of just typing !attack, I actually want to use a large language model. And instead of just giving you a set of commands you can use, I want chat to be able to use natural language. Like, the word kick or punch or something like that. And then I want to run that through an LLM, a really lightweight local LLM, not something super crazy like ChatGPT 5, but one of the local Olama models that would be perfectly viable for this use case. I want to run those commands through a local LLM and then have it figure out what the word that you used is closest to as far as the commands. So I'll still have a specific set of commands like, punch attack, kick attack, fireball, whatever, slash attack, stab attack. And then based on the natural language you used, the LLM will decide which of those commands is the closest to what you're trying to do, and then execute that command. And because we could filter it through an LLM for that, we can create a much more interesting interface system that doesn't rely on just you typing, boring ass ! Attack over and over again. the goal is to try and bring in a little creativity, and to reward that creativity. So we have a whole system kind of laid out that's going to allow for that system of natural language to have restrictions, but also to have a creative aspect to it. But that's currently what I'm working on, is we're going to get rid of the point system. We're going to move to a more varied resource system. We better like that, but with a lot of people might be buggy. It could be. So that's why we will be doing it where you will still type exclamation point, because you are going to have a resource to spend. So you won't be able to just constantly be attacking with every sentence you say. There will be resources that you're going to have to utilize. If you don't have enough of those resources, then you won't be able to make an attack. So that will mitigate how often the LLM is needing to look at what you're saying. And so we will still reuse the exclamation point to signal, okay, this is an attack attempt or an action attempt, because it could be a heal, it could be an attack, it could be a buff, it could be whatever. And so you'll do the exclamation point, but then instead of having a specific command, you'll get 15 characters, or, we'll decide on how many characters your command can be. And then you can use any number of words within that number of characters, but they have to be real words. And so as soon as you hit that exclamation mark, that'll trigger the system to say, okay, this is one that we have to shunt off to this check. And if it's using all real words and they're all spelled correctly, then it'll send it to the LLM. And then it'll say, oh, okay, so this is, maybe you said kick the monster or something like that. And one of the attacks is a punch and one of the attacks is a kick. Or, maybe you said roundhouse or something like that. And so even though there's not a command that's exclamation point roundhouse, the LLM will go, oh, okay, roundhouse is closest to kick. And so we're going to use the kick. And then based on the resources that were spent to allow you to attempt to use the word roundhouse, we'll go ahead and dictate like how much damage that attack is going to do based on the use of those resources. So it shouldn't really require too much. There should only be, 1 or 2 commands per person per, 10 or 15 minutes. So unless I had like thousands of people, then maybe we would run into a problem. But I think it should all run just on my laptop fairly well. At least for now. The laptop should be able to operate as the server. I don't think it'll be any sort of problem. I mean, it is all just words, right? It's not, there are no images involved. There's no any of that. I'm not trying to render anything. It's just all quick little dictionary checks and and word checks and stuff like that. So it should be pretty lightweight. I like the idea of using natural language as opposed to exactly like old school typing games, except with an LLM backbone that has the ability to understand the context of your intention, instead of relying on extremely specific commands. Those text games were great, but there was no variance. You had to very specifically type exactly what the game was expecting, because if you didn't, then it couldn't understand. And an LLM sort of changes that, right? It gives us the ability to from context clues understand intention, and then execute intention instead of specifically what you said, which is wildly powerful. And I mean, those local run LLMs, Olama and stuff like that, are fairly lightweight and they run pretty fucking quick. And so, I mean, again, because you're just taking in extremely small bits of text and you're only running them, a few times a second or a few times every few seconds, it should work really well. But that's the thing that I want to change about the chat boss game right now is just getting that new input system set up. I think that's going to be massive. Massive. Something else that I've considered is AIs are extremely good at making video now too. So it could be maybe possible to use a video generating AI to create a bespoke animation based on the natural language you used and a character reference, right? So if I fed a character image reference into an AI and then took the natural language that you were using to decide what the attack was, we could potentially also get a video generating AI to create an animation, right? Like a quick little 2-second animation for it, without having to even really create a model or rig it or do any of that. That is significantly heavier on the computing power and would require probably a virtual server and a much more robust AI. But that is something that I'm sort of looking to for the future, because again, I want intention to be able to become reality. And there's only so much intention that I can predict, and only so many animations that I could make. There's only so much that I could do to do that. And so we may start with like some procedural animation stuff, make little bits of animations, and then through a tag system combine those bits of animations into, quote unquote unique animations. And that should be quite a bit more lightweight than trying to use a video AI model. And then, move on to something that could generate those animations itself fairly quickly. I mean, for now, you can just fix the boss game. I want my 1 million HP. Yeah, I'll get it fixed after I get off the stream today, absolutely. I'll make sure it's working. I'm fairly annoyed that it isn't working right now. Fairly annoyed. Something about having streamer.bot open yesterday while the internet wasn't up, so it couldn't connect to my services, my YouTube and my Twitch and stuff. And I think that kind of like freaked it out. And so it like disconnected from some of my stuff, so it isn't working. So I just need to go back in and get all the connections working again and all that stuff, and it'll fix. But I am very excited about this concept of natural language as an input system for a game. It really opens up a lot in the way of creativity. I am trying to sabotage you. You're not allowed to have 1,000,000 HP. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Did you download and start playing this too, Namanja? What server are you in? It says right up here. Not working on my PC emulator. Gross. It should have just a PC client. The PC client sucks, but it does have just a native PC client. Well, that's not true. The PC client is technically an emulator, but it's sort of all just baked in. I'd really like for them to just launch the Steam version, because I assume the Steam version is going to be a full-on PC client instead of an emulator. Although I'm not 100% sure of that. I got away this time. Well, good. I feel safe. I mean, honestly, though, I need you to play this game so that you can tell me all the elite strats. Because you know me, I just fly by the seat of my pants, and I don't really pay attention. So I need you to do all the research for me and tell me what the optimum strategies are. Because I'm never going to be optimum. I'm just going to be winging it. Game is so silly. But I need them. Por favor. Por favor. I'm too stupid to survive on my own, dude. I need the help. Let's see if we can beat some more Trial of Ascensions here. Might be able to get one or two. We got a little more power. Let's get in there. Let's get in there and get them. Yeah, get dookied on. Oh, hell yeah. We're fucking them up, dude. Tank is too strong. Look at him. He just be taking all the hits. Oh, he got murked pretty good right there, though. Probably only going to get another one or two of these, and then probably going to lose. Oh, looks like that was it right there. Bummer. All right, though. Got a couple. Got some resources. That's nice. Let's actually go into our critters here. Do I have some critter XP? I got a lot of critter XP. Let's find some critter that we should level. HP and crush rate. Oh, this is probably the one right here. Okay. And level this one up a couple of times. Where's my 15 million HP? Damn. That's what's up. If I just hit breakthrough, do they gain any stats? No. They just gain 5 more max levels. Okay. Let's open up these 50 orbs here. See what we get. Anything? Just give me an artifact. Or a masterpiece or whatever. No? No masterpiece for me? That's fine. I'll just go fuck myself. Thank you, game. Thank you, game. Let's go check the guild shop. Do I have... Ooh. I do have enough points to go ahead and buy me a Devilmon here. Now we just need 3 more Devilmons, and we can awaken our Suyuha, which is exciting. And then let's go see what the arena shops have here. We got 15k points. We can get elixirs here. We can get summon tickets. We can get some gold. We can get legendary monster ticket. Oh, that actually seems like the thing I want right now. Let's get a legendary monster ticket. And let's go check out the... Okay, I've only got 5k of these. These are 2 different types of coins, right? Yeah, okay. That's the regular arena, this is the big arena, and then this is the arena I can't access yet. So many kinds of currency in this game, it's ridiculous. Okay, so it doesn't seem like I'm actually going to be able to get anything in here that's useful. I guess I could get some of these, but meh. Let's go open up our legendary. What do we get? The dude that I don't use. Sweet. You need big pocket? Yeah. The damage to targets under freeze. That's interesting. Only does crush rate up to itself, though. That sucks. Also, its crush rate up is not stackable, which is weird. Usually when they buff themselves, they're stackable, but that one is not. Unstoppable. How's my critter thing going here? Gotta make sure nobody's killed me. They have not. Good deal. He's legend. Yeah, you would think that, but honestly, there's a pretty big disparity in the value of the legendaries, the power of the legendaries. Some of them just don't really feel very good at all. I imagine that will start to change in the future. You know, as more game modes and different boss mechanics and stuff like that start getting implemented. Things are in a pretty bare bones state right now where everything kind of just gets defeated in the same way. And so you really are just kind of focusing on one team right now. But definitely in the future. I mean, if you've played like the original Summoner's War or Raid Shadow Legends or any of those games like that, they always start coming out with lots of different types of gameplay that require different types of buffs and different buff variabilities. And so you end up needing lots of different units to do a lot of different content. So hopefully this follows that same path, because I'd like to see some of those other units get used. And then there are pretty much always units that just don't quite measure up. You know, they do the same thing as something else, just slightly worse. And those units just never see play, and that's just kind of the way it is. We still need to promote them because we have our book here. So that unit still has value because its promotion levels will give one set of stats, and its actual level will give another set of stats. So there is value there, for sure. But as far as being used, that character's probably just not ever going to get used. But that's fine with me. I don't mind. Don't mind at all. I am still missing two of the Mons. I don't have Shazam, and I don't even know who the other one is that I don't have. At all. Let's see. Celestia. Status immunity. Increase accuracy to all allies. That's why we use her in Let's see. Vanessa, increase attack for all melee. We already have increase attack for melee. This one is not a stackable. Although, hang on. The other attack for melee is stackable. It's Kraka, right? Damage dealt buff. No, okay, so this is, oh no. This is attack ranged. So Vanessa is attack bonus for melee. And Kraka is damage dealt bonus. And Suyuha is attack speed for melee, stackable, and crush damage up, stackable. That's actually kind of interesting. This is attack. Hang on. Okay, this is attack speed for everyone. So this is attack up for ranged allies. I'm starting to think that maybe I should take the ranged only characters out and focus more on my melee. So this one does crit rate up for all allies. So we want to keep her. This one does accuracy, but only for ranged. So Lima is a really good damage dealer, but I don't need the root, and I don't necessarily need the blind. And I don't need the accuracy for ranged. So I actually think that this character is doing me a disservice right now. So I might take Lima out. We're going to be keeping this one up because it has the Petrify. Right, let's compare that to the root and... Okay, so the blind effect for 5 seconds is actually pretty good. So do we do that with the Petrify? Or do we do the blind with the other? That crit goes for everybody. That goes for everybody. Where are my other ranged characters? Ah, and then this one does increased damage dealt, but only for ranged. And then double hit rate up buff to everyone. Okay. So Sabrina's good. So Lima is pretty much the only one. Either Lima or Grogan we kind of want to take out. I feel like maybe taking out Grogan. Just because I think Lima does more damage. Let's see, 410, 110% 3 times. Or 60% 5 times. But deals added damage to blinded enemies. And then 310. Okay, so actually neither of them are great damage dealers. Why is everybody saying that Lema is one of the best damage dealers? I don't think she is. I think we're going to kick her out. And then I think we're going to go in here to Vanessa. Crank Vanessa up here. Then we're going to go in here. We're going to go to auto grant traits. I think we're going to want crit rate like it says. Increase attack. Oh, and this is a stun. Okay. Ooh. So we'll probably want to take Grogan out too then. Because if I'm stunning, I don't need Grogan's Petrify. Because I have Vanessa. Okay. Let's get a crit rate up here. And because of that, I'll probably put the monkey in for Grogan. And that'll mean that I'm pretty much using exclusively melees. This is going to pretty significantly hurt my tower defense. Because a lot of the characters I'm getting rid of were really good for my tower defense. But I think it's going to be worth it. We can always go back and do that tower defense stuff. So let's do that, and then we're also going to get rid of Grogan. And in his place, we're going to come down here, and we're going to get this person because he's going to do defense down, which is just going to allow us to do even more damage. So we don't even need to level him all the way up to 50. We'll take him to 45, and then we'll level one of the bigger hitters to 50. Who do we have that isn't 50 yet? Cassandra. Jean is melee, so we'll probably go, well, Jean's damage isn't really that big of a deal either. No, that's not true, actually. It is. Because she does bonus damage, doesn't she? No, she doesn't. We'll level up Cassandra then. And then we'll put the rest of these back into this guy. Good deal. Now let's go to our book. Let's claim all the books. And then let's go back to our formation. And let's take out our Grogan. And let's take out our Lema. Put her out here. We'll go ahead and deploy Vanessa. And deploy the monkey. Vanessa, I think I want to take back a little because I want her to get her stun off. And then let's go okay with that. And then let's just see. We've actually dropped. Hang on. Okay, he doesn't have. We've actually dropped our overall power a little bit here. But I just want to see. Okay, he got killed pretty much instantly there. Kraka got killed. We get our stun off. Yeah, see, when he doesn't just insta-give my tank, everything goes way better. As soon as he kills my tank, I start losing other characters. And that puts everything in kind of a really bad position. But as long as he doesn't just insta-nuke my tank, then I get all my skills off, everything happens the way it's supposed to. My damage is pretty good. I honestly don't even need to be kiting. If my tank doesn't get gibbed, then I would actually have 1 second left if I just straight up fought this guy. But as soon as the tank gets killed, other people start dying. DPS starts to tank pretty hard. I definitely think this DPS is pretty significantly higher than what I had before, though. I think moving it all to mostly melee and only keeping ranged characters that benefit everyone was definitely the play. Ooh, that one was close. Yeah, nuked him. Gotta start that one over. We're gonna see what happens. I want to get past this Goblin Chief, so I gotta fight him 2 more times and win. But if we can get past this Goblin Chief, maybe we get onto a boss that's easier. I can start making some progress here, start catching up to some of these people that are ahead of me. I'd really like to be in the top 3 by the end of this week. Would make me very, very happy. Oops, I fucked that up. Well, hopefully we can pull it back. Nope. Got 2 people nuked already. Okay. Nope. Stop whacking him so hard. Honestly, it probably means that I need some crit resistance or something. That's probably what's happening, is I'm getting crit from time to time. If I had some crit resistance or something, maybe I could mitigate that. But looks like we're going to clear this, no problem. So now let's go in here and see what happens at 271. So now it's a feeding ground Goblin Chief, instead of whatever the type of Goblin Chief was last time. The Grasslands Goblin Chief. He managed to nuke my dude. And that all pretty much ended horribly. I'm going to end up just having to kite every single one of these bosses. Oh, he nuked my dude again there. Stop nuking my dudes. I hate you. You ruined my life. Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't get my tank, so I really just need to make my tank stronger, it seems like here. I'm a little on the weak tank side. But if he doesn't give them real fast, then I've got an opportunity. But I definitely look like I probably have to... Well, maybe not. Nice. Very nice. Heyo. We good? No, we didn't kill one of the little minions. That's funny. Okay. Well, that was fun. At least we got through, 7 or 8 more boss fights there. Ooh. A couple of these people have really pulled away. Ooh. 2,800. These people are way pulling away from me. They hit some sort of a breakpoint. They probably got their 10 Devilmons and probably managed to awaken one of their tunes. So I got some work to do here. Ooh, and this person's coming up on me, and this person's coming up on me. I better start making some plays. So many people, my old account is down to rank 10 now. So many people are on the come up here. I'm in danger. But yeah, we're gonna be working on aerial, I guess. Start using my XP to level up the aerial here. Get some more defense. Should I maybe change from HP to defense? I wonder if that would work. I do seem to have a lot of HP. I mean, I'm taking a lot of hits. So I wonder if getting percentage defense might be better. I don't know. What I do know is I need to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we back. We back. Let's go ahead and get in here. I've been making some improvements and some changes. Let's get in here and let's see if we can figure out a good layout for our new. Oh, I didn't change the characters. Whoops. I want out. How do I get out? Quit. Auto select. What do we got? We don't want our tank. We might want Celestia. We have Suha or Suyuha. We got Sabrina, Kraka, Jean, Melissa, Vanessa, Rena, Cassandra, Celeste. Okay. I think that's a good. I think that's a good one. Should be able to do something here. The stun needs to go with the DPSers. These are my big DPSers here. Kraka and Suyuha are our big DPSers. Rena gives a general attack buff. Cassandra does crit. Melissa pulls up the rear. No, Cassandra can pull up the rear. Okay, hopefully that will be enough. These two probably need to switch so that Sabrina can hit that whole S there. Okay, hopefully this will be good. This is kind of the core of it right here, these three. Actually, you know what? That's a better option. Yeah, so this is the big core right here. These are all my DPSs plus my stun are in here. We've got ourselves a little sub-boss. Let's see how it goes. Honestly, looking really good. Oh, yeah. It took plenty of damage coming through here. I didn't honestly expect that. I think Melissa does quite a bit more damage than I give her credit for. And Rena, too, actually. I think they both do more than I expect. But this is definitely a better setup than what I had going on before. I'm really liking this. Definitely think this is going to help. We're going to put quite a bit of focus into Suyuha as far as levels and stuff are concerned. She's going to be, especially for stages, I think kind of my primary DPS. A lot of the other people that are in there, like the Monkey and Rena and Melissa and even Cassandra, are really just kind of there for the buffs that they give. They're good DPSs in their own right, but I have a lot more promotion in Suyuha, which gives her a much higher DPS maximum potential. So we're just going to kind of lean into that, I think. I want to get everybody kind of to 50, but I'll be putting resources beyond that, pretty much strictly into Suyuha, until I get somebody else who's promoted up there like that, that I can awaken and start investing in a little more. And here's the boss. Let's see how well this goes. The last time I did this mission, the boss just walked through my team. So that was impressive. Let's definitely do the next stage. I really, really enjoyed that. What do we got here? So my rank is actually way low on the tower defense because I don't put as much time into it, and I haven't been doing very well at it. But that seems like it's about to change. So let's see. My big melees are going to want to go here and here. Right? That's where they get the most opportunity to attack. My stunner probably go here because both of the melees overlap with that stun area. Cassandra and Sabrina definitely can go there. And then we'll put that there. Okay, so a lot of my big buffs are kind of in the background here. I don't know how I like that. In fact, I don't like that at all. But it seems like the best way to get all my DPS together. So we're just going to front load the DPS and hope that things don't pass by. I've got quite a bit of accuracy stuff on my bigger DPS, my more important characters. You know, they have the accuracy accessory that I've leveled up on some of them and some stuff like that. So hopefully that will be enough to sort of carry me through. Oh yeah, okay, we got through all of those characters, or through that sub-boss there. So that went well. And we are definitely putting out the DPS here. What a change two creatures can make, or two mons can make. just kind of moving some things around. There's there's so much potential synergy loss, right? Because you have some characters that are only buffing certain types of characters, and you have, buffs that can't stack and all kinds of stuff like that. If you're not really careful, especially considering how large the the group gets, right? I have 10 here, but then I have 11 characters out in the stages. If you're not real careful, you can end up losing some value off of one of your characters, and that lost value can equal, 20% of the overall damage that your team is doing. So we definitely want to be making sure that we pay attention, and we just, we refactor from time to time. What was working last stage might not be working this stage, and sometimes you just got to kind of reevaluate what you've got and go into it. We do definitely need to improve our tank, though. I don't know how I'm going to boost Ariel. I'd like to promote him, get some more traits. Get some good defensive traits on him so that he can tank up a little bit. There aren't really good tank accessories, which kind of makes me sad. You get accuracy, crit, evade, and something else. And so I guess I could throw some evade in there. Ooh, gosh, we crushed that. Yo, we are crushing these. This is fantastic. Okay, so you've got enemies coming in from this side. You've got enemies coming in from up here. So this is kind of the focal point. So I think here and here with the big melee DPS. I think here and then maybe there. Put Cassandra and Melissa here. Then probably that right there. This time we get to front load our buffs, which is nice because those little dudes are hard to hit. But yeah, you see now Jean is all of a sudden not missing nearly as much because she got that buff. Now she's starting to miss a little more. I think the buff wore off. There's the first mini boss, and we fucking crushed it. Oh my god. Get wrecked, dude. Holy crap. Okay, we are definitely moving through the tower defense way smoother now. That's fantastic. That is what we want to see. Yeah, get dookied, dude. Get dookied. Had to go make sure I was on 2x speed there. My mute button is in the way. Okay, got that other boss good. Didn't even get down to my melees. That's great. Y'all don't know this, but sometimes I point at my screen like you can see my fucking finger. And I'll be like tracing things with my finger on the screen like a dipshit. I usually remember to use my mouse, but sometimes when I sit up, I don't keep my hand on my mouse. And I'm sitting quite a bit closer to my screen. And so I like point at it like you're looking over my shoulder or something. Because let's face it, streaming is kind of weird. Kind of freaking weird. Okay. Ooh, this is an interesting one. So I'm going to need to split up my good melee DPS. And it looks like it goes all the way around and back. So if we put it here, then it gets 2 whole passes, right? So the same thing is true of this one here. So we want to put yeah, so this corner here is kind of the weakest corner because this side only gets seen once. So this one and this one are kind of in the weakest spots. So we want to put ranged ones there. And the same thing is going to be true of this spot and this spot. So we'll put range because it can hit all the way around. And then I think we'll probably want to move this one here. And Cassandra can take that spot. And so these are the absolutely weakest spots here because they don't have. So actually, we want to move that there. Yeah. Okay. So these are that's our speed buffer. That's our accuracy buffer. And then DPS, DPS. Good deal. Massive lag. Okay. Cool game. Looking good, though. Ooh. Super laggy. Oh, we got our first little mini boss. Isn't even going to make it around that second corner. Nice. We are killing it. Yeah, we're going to make some really good progress here. I think we might make it all the way through 5 tac 12. Which will make me very happy. That's a lot of resources. It's a lot of improvement. So and then we'll probably go through and we'll beat some more. We'll go ahead and do some more kiting. I actually think that this boss that we're on right now, we might be able to do with the lower tier potion as long as we kite. So I want to try that. And see if we can't do that. I would love to use less potions to make progress. Or the other option, okay, so they each get a boss in this one. That's interesting. Which side is stronger? Ooh, the top side was stronger. I actually thought the bottom side was stronger. That's interesting. Yeah, our tower defense team is so much stronger now. This is kind of crazy. Kind of freaking crazy. Yeah, let's level up that accuracy. I like not missing. I really like not missing. That makes me happy. Happy as a clam. Okay, so they're going to come up from this side. They're going to come down from this side. So this is where we get the most value. This is where we get the most value. Then we're going to put a good ranged unit here. And a good ranged unit here. Yeah, because there's not, so the layout isn't exactly the same. Our stun character is kind of in a bad thing here because he can't stun for both sides, or she can't. We'll put our stun here. We'll put our accuracy buffer there. That buffer there. Oof. This top side's going to have some difficulty, so we kind of want to stack the top side for success. So we actually probably want Sabrina on the top side because she's stronger. Melissa's good, but probably you want Melissa. Well, that's probably fine. He's just going to be in a bad spot, and that's just the way that is. But hopefully, that's strong enough. Okay, well, so far so good on the top side. They haven't really gotten past Suyu at all. All right, here comes our first little sub-boss down in the bottom. Let's see how this goes. Oh, yeah. Whacking it hard. Get him, Kraka. Get him. Okay, so that was a little close. But it's just because my time for DPS is so short on this one. Should we maybe swap these two? Yeah, because then she can attack down here as well as up there. So that's a much better use of her range. Same thing is probably true here. Got that other sub-boss, that went fine. Even though Celestia is not really a DPS, at least I don't play her as one. Her being able to go cross that gap is kind of important, I think. Every little bit helps. Maximize, maximize, maximize. Alright, we got another little boss coming down from the top here. Let's see how Suyua does. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at all that damage. Get fucked on, dude. Suyua OP. Right, and the boss. Let's put Kraka up there. And let's switch Sabrina up there. Or Cassandra up there. Oh, did not need to worry. Noted. Holy crap, crushed. Okay, so the big damages go all the way back at the beginning. These two are just going to be playing cleanup because we can get things coming from any of these sides. So all the way at the top, we put the absolute weakest. These are just our buffers. We're going to want to put our stunner down here. And then put Cassandra down. Well, no, Sabrina down here. So yeah, this is our 4 biggest DPS right here. Cassandra works better from a little bit of range. She'll be able to hit some extra stuff. Everybody else is melee. Everybody else is mostly about buffs. So I think that's fine. And freaking tastic. Water so tasty. Ooh, that sub-boss came in from down here. What a dick. We absolutely crushed him. But still, that was a dick move. We've got another sub-boss thing coming down the middle here. Probably going to get melted before he even gets to the big DPS. Nice. That means the main boss is going to be nice and easy. I like that. Boy, when they just run it straight down the middle, this crystal does a lot of work. Not even gonna make it to the two big melees. Get dumpstered. Alright, we unlocked another campaign with that. That's nice. Get all of our points. We can go to rankings. I think I should get... Nope. No total star reward. Oh, one more star. Am I missing a star somewhere? I think it was actually way back here. I am missing a star. What an absolute doofus. Well, let's go back. Let's finish this. Don't even really need to think about it, I don't think, but we'll put these two in their good positions. And then we'll just click the start button and see what happens. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to crush this. Because I'm about twice as strong as I was when I first came through here. So it should be pretty easy. One of the sub-bosses got through, I think, is what caused me to lose some of my points. Or one of my points. But we are just gonna get it here. I am very happy with this composition. Gonna go beat some more stages for sure. Definitely gonna win this one. Booyah. Alright, and the boss, we're gonna move Kraka right here. Just in case. Was not necessary, obviously. Good deal. We'll get my star rewards here. How many total stars are there? Holy shit. 870, and I've only got 180. gracious me. What does Sky Patrol have? Oh, I have another new Sky Patrol. Nice. Let's definitely start that. We'll just auto-select it. What is the deal here? Just get the same rewards no matter what. You just have to meet these. I think that's it. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. We have our new campaign, Go with the Flow. Looks like we get the same resource set from beating these. Oh, right. We beat so many of those. Now we're going to get a ton of... the points command isn't going to work at all. I just totally turned off the bot, Namanja, since it wasn't working. I will get it fixed tonight. You'll be good to go again tomorrow. But it's totally off now. There was no point in wasting the CPU resources and stuff for nothing. That bot runs on my local machine, so... I want you all to be able to play too. I am honestly way more interested in watching the chat play chat game than I am in playing this game myself, or really any game myself. I'm fairly focused on making that chat game as good as possible, because it is way more entertaining to me to watch y'all play that than it is to actually play anything myself. And it's very entertaining to make. I'm learning so many things about computer programming and all that stuff. We'll just go ahead and use... Ooh, check that out. 3 legendaries. What do we get? And Alicia, she's the freezer. Get a Chassin, she's the healer. And we get another Lima. Lima is part of the banner. So I'm definitely going to be putting some resources into getting more Limas. Because she's got the new banner that just came out yesterday. So that's very exciting. Summon 10 more critters. Summon 300 more monsters and no legendaries. It really is feast or famine with the legendaries. Ooh, unlock World Arena. Hey, hey, hey. We'll go do that here in just a minute. Summon 10. Summon 10 critters. Here, chapter 512. And we moving now. Alright, and this is the one we haven't beaten yet. Let's go in here. Let's use up some currency. Let's go in here. Let's promote all these from all that stuff. Oh, just one promotion. Alright, that's fine. A little bit of extra defense. Never hurt anybody. Let's use up all my items. And let's go into the dungeons, into the arenas, and let's check out this world arena. Alright, world arena. Battle other summoners from all servers in this PvP content. When five contestants are determined, you can select one of them to engage in a 15 versus 15 clash. When you win, contestants are decided again. You can roll the contestants for free up to 5 times a day. You can obtain World Arena coins from the World Arena and purchase various items at the World Arena shop. You can advance through tiers as you earn points from victories. You can get season rewards based on your weekly tier. Perfect. Here's the shop. You've got elixirs, of course. You've got offline resources. You've got orbs. You've got summon tickets. You've got breakthrough stones. Honestly, orbs, breakthrough stones, summon tickets, these are all fairly useful. They're not nearly as rare, though, as things like the elixirs. So I'll probably get the elixirs first, and then I'll concern myself with these three resources. And then I'll concern myself with these. And then probably last I'll get the critters. The critters are really important, but I think they're sort of less important than everything else. We start off in Iron 1, so we get to just claim those rewards straight up. Let's see, rank 1 right now is Voodoo's, rank 2 is Hero. Let's see, what do you got here? Can I see you at all? No? Bummer. Bummer. Okay, well, let's select our opponent. Oh, hang on. How do I set my team here? Doesn't say. Probably have to select my opponent first. Oh, no, here it is. Deployed. Auto select my deployed. Perfect. $841 mil. And I am up against its weekly resets, so you will be busy with just elixir. Yeah, so eventually I'll have to, once I get to a higher rank, I'll be able to get a lot more of the other stuff. But yes, you're right. To begin with, I sort of just need to make a decision about what's most important and get that. Which actually might not be the elixir. It might be the orbs. Because the orbs allow me to level up my orb, which will allow me to get higher tier gear, which is a huge part of early game power. So that might actually be the better option. Low rank, similar rank, high rank. Oh, it doesn't tell you what their power is. That's interesting. So you're just kind of going in blind. Let's fight this high rank dude. Oh, okay, you do get a chance to see. Okay. They could clean that up. I should pretty easily beat this one. Yeah. Yep. Let's select a new opponent. So we'll try and get people that are as high as I can get, so I get as many points as possible in these early stages. Definitely can't beat this person. 15G. 7G. 10G. G is billion. I don't know why it's million G. It should be MB. But the game was made in Korea, so that might have something to do with it. We could almost win that one, maybe, but I really want to risk it. Ooh. This world arena, you know, you're fighting against everybody. This game's been out for about 4 or 5 months now. So there are quite a few sort of middle-powered people. And it looks like it's going to be pretty difficult for me to find similarly powered fights. I got real lucky with that last one, I guess. But these people are all significantly stronger than me. I'm not even 1G yet. Guess I should have fought that 900 person. Let's fight this 1G person and see what happens. Maybe I'll get him. Nope. Absolutely crushed. Okay. That was fun. Is it the same people or is it a new set? Goodness gracious. Okay, well that one's pretty close. Looks like this is the one we're going for. I can get you. It's time to die. Well, not as badly crushed, but still pretty handily beaten there. You know what's really funny is these are probably primarily accounts that haven't been touched in a while. In these low tiers. And let's see, one more. Nope. I think this one was the lowest one. So let's just go fight this person and see what happens. What do you got for me there, brother? Oh, Griffin, oh. That was painful. We go into rewards. Why am I getting to claim? I could have sworn I already claimed that. But where is our... We're down to 960. Ouch. But we get our bonus rewards just for participating. And we're just going to keep coming in and doing this. Actually, we might only do this the 5 times every day. I doubt that I'm going to be going up in ranks. It was obvious that everybody was significantly stronger than me. So doing those every day is probably the best course of action. When I got these rewards, what did I... Well, it looks like just playing gets me some of these points. So I guess we don't really have a choice. We'll come use them as often as we can. 10k gets us 500 orbs. We can get 10k a day. I don't think I'll make it to 10k a day, but who knows. And then what do I need to get these 50k? Oh, geez. Goodness gracious, I can only get 10k a day. How am I supposed to keep up with that? Must get a whole lot for really high tier wins. Alright, let's do some bosses. Let's get in here. Let's change this. Let's go back to a lower tier potion. And then let's try and do some of these bosses with a little kiting here. Let's see if we can get up to 2,100. It's a pretty tall order, but maybe. Nuked me. Again. Looks like we're gonna make it, though. As long as we can get a potion or two off on our tank before the boss kills him, looks like that's enough to get us to where we can win. So... oh, suddenly the boss got way tankier. My tank stayed alive there for a really long time, but it might be that one of my skills didn't go off. So in order for the actual buffs to happen, you do have to actually hit the enemy with the skill. So if something happened, if one or two of the skills missed or something like that, that could cause a significant detriment to my damage. Yeah, that looks like probably what happened on that one. Because you can see now I'm doing quite a bit more this time than I did last time, which is weird. It looks like I might not survive this. Oh, that sucks. Ooh, man, they go up in strength so fast. That's crazy. Well, we got a couple more. I probably could keep going and just, you know, hope for good RNG. RNG definitely does play a role in winning the stages. But I don't necessarily want to be wasting potions and stuff dying over and over again. Waiting for good RNG. So I think it's better if we just build up some more stats and stuff like that. And let's see, what do we get? We got 7 million. Don't really have anything there. Yeah. We could probably go back to the tower defense. I think I still got some oomph there. In fact, let's go ahead and do that. Let's push this tower defense as far as I can. Ooh, yeah, definitely. There's 200 million. So if I beat the first two, I get 100 million XP here. That's huge. Real huge. And then we get that cool dude. I like the panda. Panda. But definitely we want those 100 millions. That's a big deal. All right. Starts each way, goes... oh, it only goes halfway around? Ooh. That's hard. So best option is probably here, because it'll hit them as they're coming into end, and it'll hit them as they're starting. So Suyuha and this one. Probably best there. The other sides are probably where our best ranged people go. We'll put our buffers right here, there. And then everybody else who's decent in a corner. Okay, that seems it. Yeah, I'm pretty confident in being able to beat this one there, Nemanja. I think my new group of Mons is significantly better than what I was running with before. So I think I still even have quite a ways to be able to go here. Yeah, we got that sub-boss real easy. Everything's looking good. Gonna be buttery smooth. I really, really love these games like this where you just get to develop your characters a little bit at a time, move on to new stages. I like the fact that there's all these different game modes and stuff. You know, you do get stuck sometimes, and that's mostly because they're trying to get you to spend money. But it is quite a bit of fun to watch the slow progress of all your teams and all that stuff. There's an old phone game that I used to play. I don't even remember what it's called anymore, but it was like a little city builder game. And you built up this little city, and the heroes came and they would go out and like kill all the enemies and stuff. And then they'd come back and buy weapons and things from you. Something I played when I was in the Navy, when I was on deployment, because it didn't require an internet connection. So I downloaded it on my phone and I would just sit and play. Yeah, I mean, we were out in the middle of the ocean, so you didn't really have anything else to do. But I would listen to audiobooks and I would play that. And that was kind of the first sort of idle game that I ever played. And it was quite a bit of fun. But I really like developing characters. And I really like the deck building aspect of games like this. It's a lot of fun. Here's the big boss. Oh yeah, get wrecked, dude. Get shitted on. Challenge the next one. Get my 100 mil. Okay, this is the one that we kind of got to front load. Our big hitters need to go here and here. Our stunner goes here. Our other big hitter goes here. And then let's get the important buffs as close to the front as we can. And start it. First sub boss, let's see how it goes. Good deal. Can't find any good games on the phone now. Yeah. I mean, I feel that. I feel that. Phone games, I mean, this is a phone game, right? But phone games just generally are really, really pay to win. They're really, really microtransaction heavy. And really, really grind heavy, right? They're trying to get you to log in as frequently as possible to look at the small amounts of progress that your characters are making while you're not necessarily logged into them, and trying to get you to spend money to try and speed that up. You know, they want you to log in a bunch of different times throughout the day, and they want you to start to have an expectation that some progress is being made every time you log in. And as soon as that expectation gets subverted, then that's how they kind of manipulate you into spending money. So they give you that progress, they give you that progress, they give you that progress for a couple of days. And then after your first couple of days where you're seeing all this progress happen, you start opening up your phone and looking at it, and there's nothing new to do. There's nothing new to click. There's no progress that's been made, and you start thinking, well, I'll just spend $1 so I could do something real quick. Well, I'll just spend $1 so I could do something real quick. Well, I'll just spend $1 so I could do something real quick. And then before you know it, you're fucking $200 in. And so all of the games are designed not with gameplay in mind, beyond being interesting enough to make you want to play the game in the first place, but they're all designed with, you know, that addictive, repetitive, you know, try and pull the slot machine and get something kind of a thing in mind. And so I don't spend any money on them. They're entertaining enough while they're entertaining. And then as soon as it stops being entertaining, and as soon as your expectations get subverted and you're not having any fun anymore, the answer isn't, oh, I'll just spend $1. The answer is find a new game and just play something else, because you're never You're never going to get what you want out of that game anymore. It's over. I think actually I want this person there. That's fine. We used to get cool games like Fruit Ninja. Mobile gaming is just such a huge percentage of the game market, though. And especially a huge percentage of the casual game market. And um, the the number of people who are willing to engage with microtransactions and stuff with their online or with their phone games is way higher than PC games. Um, some of my first games I played, like Rise of Kingdom, when it came out, my guild was #1 in PW, and I was strongest in server just grinding, but then came some Chinese guys, and that was it. I really love kingdom builder style games. I've played a decent amount of Rise of Kingdoms. I've played quite a bit of Call of Dragons. I don't usually get past the first season. I normally get in and I grind it out real hard and have some fun, and then, I just kind of peter out. But those games would be so much better if there weren't pay to win mechanics. Um, and that just drives me insane. And so there's a game, you should definitely look into it, Namandra. It's called We Will Be Gods. And as far as I understand it, I haven't seen a ton of information about it. But as far as I understand it, they're taking that system of servers. Where you have, you like go to war in your server, and then that first season, the server that you're in is going to be like your home server. And then periodically you're going to get mashed together with other servers in a big 2 or 3 month war. And it'll be, your entire server versus whatever other server. And then you'll like go back to your home servers, and then, you'll get mashed together with other servers for another big war. But instead of being a city builder where you're developing the heroes and the armies and stuff like that, it's going to be isometric MOBA style combat. So you won't have armies that go with your hero. You'll just control your hero in sort of a mobile style combat system. So you're going to have much finer control. And then you'll have the same kind of clashes. And there's going to be some building mechanics for like towers and stuff like that. But it seems really, really cool. It's actually something I've really been wanting to have since the first time I ever saw Rise of Kingdoms. So I'm pretty excited about that. And I also think that the new game that's coming out in a few days, Warborn Above Ashes, is going to be a pretty similar style game. It's that isometric PvP, sort of server versus server hero kind of a thing. So should be pretty interesting, both of those games. So if you like that server structure, if you're interested in that gameplay style, you may actually enjoy those games. But I'm definitely going to be trying them out. But yeah, I think pay-to-win servers and non-pay-to-win servers would be huge for Rise of Kingdoms. I think that would be really huge. I also think that Rise of Kingdoms and games like that could be interesting with a subscription model. So the only money you could spend and money that you were required to spend would be, a $5 or a $10 subscription. And then just give everybody the same amount of crystals, but don't make it enough that you could buy everything from the crystal shop. So you have to make decisions based on your own personal gameplay. Am I PvPing more? So do I need more troop heals or troop revivals? Am I in a build mode? So I need, some build speed ups or something like that. Am I, what am I doing personally this month? And so what do I want to spend these crystals on? And give that crystal spending a little bit of a tactical impact, and then just give it a monthly subscription cost. Because I would pay $5 a month to play a game like that. I might even pay $10 a month to play a game like that. But it just feels bad to spend money when you know that somebody else is just spending more than you, and so they're beating you. But I think, that or free to play and pay to win servers being totally separated could also be a good deal. I understand that there are server costs, right? You can't run an online game without server cost. And so I understand that you need to be making money. But you can do that with skins. You can do that with subscriptions. You can do that with all kinds of stuff that aren't the extremely shady pay-to-win mechanics that a lot of games use. Ooh, 2 more legendaries. Yo, we're getting some good pulls today. That's great. A Sabrina and a Kraka? Did they both promote? No, but the Kraka did. That's nice. That means we can go in here, we can get Kraka some crit chance. Heyo. There's Clash of Clans on phone, 12 years now. You can buy skins and stuff. But in battle, there's not any effects. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, Clash of Clans has been really popular for a really long time, too. Absolutely. The other thing that I want to see a lot of those city builder or empire builder games do is I want to see them have better ports to PC. Like Call of Dragons has a really good PC port. And so I've always enjoyed playing that because I play it on my PC. I don't own a smartphone. So I can't play those games if they don't have good PC ports. Like the PC port of this game that I'm playing right now is absolute trash because it's an emulator built into the launcher. And that stuff just always works really, really poorly. So just make a PC client and put the shit on PC for real. Stop making me use emulators. I hate using emulators. They're trash. I've got my 100 mil. So let's go in. Let's level up some mons here. I wonder if it's better to make all of these other mons leveled up. Actually, you know what it is? We're going to put 2 levels into this guy. So 2.574 mil up to 2.7 mil. He was rocking 15 mil HP. Now we're up to 16.6. That's a whole nother million HP. And that's really important because he's got to live. But I was actually not aware of the fact that Clash of Clans didn't have any pay-to-win mechanics. That's really cool. That's really cool. That actually kind of makes me want to play that game. If I make a clan, you'll join. I would never be in charge of anything. I don't want to be in charge. I don't like being in charge. I tried to start a guild when Dune came out, and we went ham on it. But I am unwilling to vet people, and I'm unwilling to do the bad guy stuff, right? Like, I don't like kicking people. I don't like telling people, hey, you know, like, either you do the things that I say or you get the hell out. Like, I don't like doing that stuff. It really bothers me. And I don't want to vet people. I don't want to spend the time vetting people so strictly that I know they're going to be compatible with the culture and the objectives of the guild. Because that's just, in my opinion, a waste of time. And so I'm a terrible leader for stuff like that. Just absolutely fucking horrible. Because there are steps that you have to take to make sure that the guild is going to be a cohesive unit, and I don't like taking those steps. And so inevitably, when I start guilds and groups and stuff like that, they fall apart. And it's totally on me. It's totally my fault. But I just have to know that about myself and stop trying to do that, because inevitably it ends up being a waste of time for everybody involved, and I don't like wasting other people's time. There's no need for that. There's 50 space in guilds, so you can do everything, even if some players don't do. I mean, but you really have to. Surrender, hermit, or I will take your peanut butter. You cannot have my peanut butter and jelly tacos, Gravy. You stay the fuck away from my peanut butter and jelly tacos. But I mean, if you really want to be successful in the manja, all 50 of those people have to be working towards the same goal. Because, if only 49 of your people are working towards the same goal and 50 of the next group's people are working towards the same goal, then you're pretty much going to lose to that 50 every time, right? So it is important to develop, a cohesive culture and get everybody working towards the same stuff. And there's a little bit of bad guy involved in that, right? You have to be willing to kick people. You have to be willing to, this is what we're trying to do. Either you help or you leave. And I mean, for the sake of everybody involved, right? Because if you've got people spending a lot of time helping reach that objective, and then there are people who aren't also helping reach that objective, then, not only is that person not being a benefit, But they're also, they're also creating a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? Resentment for the players who are working hard towards that goal, you know? Because maybe it's not the thing they 100% want to be doing, but they understand that, reaching the common goal is ultimately going to allow them to do the thing they want to do more. But if they're doing the thing that they have to do and other people are running around doing the thing they want to do and not helping, then that just fosters resentment and the whole thing kind of falls apart. And I am not the person to be the mediator of that stuff. I don't like being the mediator of that stuff. I'm not good at being the mediator of that stuff. And so I just shouldn't be in charge. One day, something that I've always wanted to do, and one day I will do if this stream becomes large enough, is I will find a person who is good at those things, and I will pay them to lead guilds on my behalf in the games that I play. And then we will have guilds. We'll play survival games and MMOs and stuff like that, and I will make it somebody's job, and I will pay them to do it. But that will require me to make enough money to pay somebody every week, like a real full-time paycheck. And that will mean having to be significantly more established than, that's years down the road, right? Maybe by the time Ashes of Creation comes out, because that's going to be like 5 years from now. But I would absolutely do that. For sure, for sure. Because it really is a full-time job. Leading a guild in anything is, such a full-time job. Just listening to the concerns and, the hand-holding and stuff that you have to do, because people want to know, what's the thing that I should be doing right now? What's the thing that's going to help the guild the most? And they'll just come to you constantly, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? And answering those questions and keeping people on task and, giving people tasks and stuff like that they can accomplish to make themselves feel like they're being, a part of the group. Takes a lot of time, takes a lot of mental energy to do those things, which is also, I don't think that's really compatible with streaming because, it already takes a lot of mental energy to be up in front of a group of people and talking and, trying to foster the community and stuff here on the stream, that then not being able to take a break from that and immediately going into, guild leader mode and trying to now, get into a Discord, talk to people, talk them through things and do all that stuff. You just never get a break from it. So it's not very compatible with that at all. But yeah, like I said, when we get there, because we will get there one day, I will 100% be looking to the community first for that person. And then if that person can't specifically be found in the community, then we'll go outside. But I imagine that somebody who's in the chat right now, who's been a part of the community for most of the time that it's been here, there's probably somebody in that group of people who would be the right person and who would want that position. And so we will almost certainly that person will come from the community that exists today. But like I said, it's years and years down the line. Not something really to look forward to in the immediate future. How'd your stream go today, Gravy? Did you enjoy yourself? He said he'd be back later. He's probably not even there. What do we got here? We're a little over 2/3 of the way. Goodness. I need more orbs. I need orbs. Let's go back here and do some more tower defense. What do we got to beat? 3 more of these? And then we can get another 100 mil. Stealing your peanut butter jelly tacos. I don't have any peanut butter right now, actually. A little bit sad. Something I was thinking about. I have some peanut butter powder. And it's really hard. I can't think of anything to mix with it. Maybe like yogurt. But I'm having trouble finding things to mix with it to make the peanut butter a little thicker. But I was thinking of maybe getting a banana and mashing up a banana real good and then mixing it with some of that peanut butter powder and then throwing that on some tortillas as sort of an alternative. Actually sounds pretty tasty. Let's see. So they come down the rows and then they go here. So my big hitters go right here. These two are my best ranged, so they definitely go there. We need our most important. Okay. Yeah, I think that's as good as that's going to get. Right there. Most important is luck. Accuracy. Accuracy is most important. Accuracy and attack speed. All day, all day. There's our first sub-boss. Got it killed pretty good. I think we'll be all right. Got another sub-boss there. He's coming in hot. But as soon as he gets it, yeah, no problem. No problem. We're good. Another sub-boss. Nuked. Then we'll see where the boss comes down, because I want to put Suyua on this side with the boss, so she'll get more of an opportunity to attack it. Because she's our biggest DPS. Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay. Ain't that something? Nice. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Right, this is just an all the way around. So, yeah, actually, that's probably the best spot for you. I That's probably the best spot for you. Actually, that's probably the best spot for you. And you'll go right back to where you were, probably. Yeah. It's not ideal, but that's probably as good as it's going to get. Accuracy buff, attack speed buff. We want those always. Everybody else can just kind of be where they are. That's fine. Ooh, they're moving quick. Cooking with gas here. Oh, yeah. As soon as that accuracy buff and attack speed buff go off, though, Kraka just wrecks. She just be whooping everything's ass. Sub-boss made it all the way to Suyo, but then she instant nuked him, so... I don't think we're going to have a problem. I think we're pretty safe. Feeling pretty good about it. Yeah. Yeah, I like these long, straight ones. Or I guess long, single entry point. Not really straight, but... Usually the enemies move faster on these, though. So I think the length of them is actually a little bit deceptive. Because with the enemies moving faster, you ultimately get fewer hits on them. And so it ends up being fairly similar to the ones that are shorter with lots of different paths in. They have a lot of different layouts, but those layouts aren't necessarily easier or harder. They just kind of look different, I think. I'll probably go ahead and use this right here. Even though I don't think I'm going to need to, I definitely wanted to stop him on some of my big damage. And if he gets back around to this point, then I'll go ahead and use this again. But I don't think he will. Good deal. I think we just need to beat this one, and then we get another million or 100 million HP or XP. We're doing that here. Get the big buffs. Actually, this might be a better place for our better range DPSs. And then we'll put our big buffs here. We'll get our stun in the back. That all looks fine. Good deal. Yo, that Scorpion made it all the way down here. Good thing we have that accuracy buff. We'd have lost if we didn't have that accuracy buff. Alright, we get a sub-boss coming. Oh, he is not taking damage. We might have to... Nope, don't have to intervene. Oh shit, I wasted my spell. Just off here in Nowheresville. Awesome. Fucking awesome. What an asshole. Yeah, that's what it is. Trying to make the game a little harder for me because it's too easy, because I'm too good. Gotta have a challenge mode, right? Here we go. We'll just waste that one too. Because we're ballers. That's how ballers get down. I think I'll switch this one over here. Don't think it's going to be an issue, though. The light arachne. Light arachne just gets killed. Get murdered. Oh. Oh, it's going to go all the way around. Oh, shit. Don't even have to worry. What is up, dude? Show me what you got. At first, I'll admit, I was afraid. Shit, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. The Lord is by your side, brother. Amen. And then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong. I grew strong. No, I hate this damn song. But now you're back from outer space. Just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. Hey, we finally almost caught up. We're at 1800 stage now. We've been way behind actually for a while. Our tower defense and our stages have been really offset. But we're finally kind of catching up to our stage here, which is cool. Summon 10 monsters. Summon 10 critters. I want to start getting some legendary critters. Give me them legendaries. You know I deserve it. I'm like the only person streaming this game. I deserve all the legendaries. Alright. Finished up all our quests. Let's go spend our 108 million XP here. We can get... Let's check. I want to see what the HP value is actually going to be in the stages. So 16.6 million to 17.2. Damn. So that's 6.2 or 0.62 million. So 620,000 HP there from that one level. That's massive. Then we're going to want to go to Suyua. And let's go ahead and spend a little of that on her as well. Get her powered up some. And then let's spend some of these. Maybe not. Do we have anybody who doesn't have their trait? She does not have her trait. Whoops. Fuck that up. Give me some crit rate, preferably 4%. But I'd be okay with 3.6. Okay. What is this bullshit? Well, while this runs, I'm going to go fill up my water bottle and use the bathroom. All right, 3.6% isn't bad. Not bad at all. Anybody else? Oh, you got accuracy. I think accuracy is probably good for her, though, just to make sure she hits, because she's going to stay in kind of a lower level. So that's probably good to have on her. Lapis has the double crit rate. Nice. Not really going to be leveling her, though. Okay, all that stuff's perfectly fine. Pump up the defense here. Let's see about beating some more bosses. Let's beat some more bosses. We have significantly more hit points, some more defense. Nope, got insta-gibbed. Probably need to start over. Well, we might win anyway. Ooh, man, we got some good hits in there. That HP went down real good. Nice. Oh, I think he might kill all my units, though. Come on. Come on. Push. Yeah. Get shitted on, dude. Get shitted on. Ooh. He went right in with the crit there. That hurt. Yeah, see you soon. Might not make it on this one. I think I'm gonna lose. Yep. That's alright, we try again. Stop killing my dude before he uses his potion. Such an asshole. Oh, what's up, Wyatt? It's going all right. We're having some fun. Having some fun. We're still like rank 5, I think. Yeah, we're rank 5. We're trying to catch up. Trying real hard. Is there a new boss? Oh, my game. No, there's not a new boss. I actually have a new idea for a new input system. Instead of using just points and using exclamations and attack and stuff, we're actually going to be changing things up a little bit. So my brother and I spent quite a bit of time talking yesterday in our living room about really developing this game into something sort of a lot bigger than just the game. So we're looking at setting up a new control scheme and, a whole new input layer and all that, so that not only can this game be more effective and more fun, but we may be able to build more games in the future that use the same sort of controls. None of the stuff is working right now. Something happened to the bot. Yesterday, my internet was being wonky, and so it stopped working. So I've got to do some stuff after stream today to try and fix the bot. So the game isn't actually working today at all, unfortunately. But we'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed tonight after stream. But now I hold my head up high. Nemanja? No, Nemanja's actually been here since way back in the beginning. Nemanja was actually in our group when we were all playing Once Human. Yeah, when we were all playing Once Human together. He hasn't been around a lot since I stopped playing Once Human, but he's been back lately, which has been nice. And good old Gravy. Gravy's always around. Yeah, today's stream actually had quite a few people at one point. For a game that doesn't really have people watching and stuff, I was pretty surprised that we reached all the way up to 5 people on Twitch today, which was cool. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person streaming this game on Twitch right now, though, so. Who? Gravy is streaming? I think Gravy's finished their stream. He was in the chat a little while ago. I think he went to go get some food. Gotta fuel that body. Girl, look at that body. Girl, look at that body. Girl, look at that body. I work out. Maybe. I don't know. Usually they only stream together on the weekends. Guardian and Gravy and Occam. And sometimes somebody else. I think they all stream together on the weekends. But I don't think they normally do it on the week, because I think some of them work and have different schedules and stuff on the weekdays, so. Doo-doo, girl, look at that body. I don't know why I've got that song stuck in my head now. Ruby and Saucy, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really, I talk with Guardian sometimes, and I talk with Gravy sometimes, but I don't really talk with the others. Well, of course I talk to you, but I meant the streamer folks. Or have you been streaming? Are you gonna start streaming, Wyatt? Until Akami thinks I'm 19. That's funny. I've spoken to Akam Olive one time, so I think your secret is safe. I think your secret is safe, but if they ever come back to the chat, that's the first thing I'm doing, is narking you out. I'm sorry, it has to be done. Has to be done. Boo-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo-doom. Biddly-doom, ba-doo-doo. Biddy-biddy-doo. Bones. But I'm 800 or 8,315. What? What in tarnation? I would love to live to 8,315. Let me tell you, that'd be so dope to see 8,000 years of human technological evolution. That would be so awesome. I'm already depressed. It's fine. Honestly, if I was an immortal, I would just lock myself in a cave and sleep for 100 years, and then come out and like hang out for a year or two, see how the world changed, and then just go back to my cave and sleep for 100 years. Have I made money yet? You mean here streaming? A little bit. A little bit. Give a little bit, boom, boom. Give a little bit of your love to me. It's been a couple hundred. Let's see. I've been monetized on Twitch for a little over a year now, and in that time, I don't know. I've made maybe $400 in the last year. Yeah, I'm not monetized on YouTube yet because I be slacking. I don't make enough videos on YouTube, so I don't get the view time and the subscribers and stuff that I need over there. Because I don't like editing videos, so I don't make videos. And now that I'm making this chat game, I don't really have the time to make videos for YouTube on top of that, so probably just not going to be something we do. I mean, I think there's plenty of good YouTube stuff out there. But, I mean, it's entertainment. It doesn't matter if it's brain rot or not. The wonderful thing about YouTube is the search function. Because if you just want... Having a little trouble there? But if you just want brain rot, then you just let the algorithm show you whatever it's going to show you. But then if you like actually need to learn something or you want to look into something specific, then, you know, you can do that. Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of videos that did pretty well, especially back when I was making Once Human content. Made a couple of like beginner's guide videos to some of the mechanics and stuff in Once Human. And had a couple of videos that broke 1,000, which was pretty cool. And that, I mean, that was super early on. Honestly, I still have never succeeded as much streaming as I did in that first 3 months playing Once Human. My first 3 months of streaming was kind of out of control as far as viewership and all that other stuff. And once I stopped playing Once Human, I kind of lost all that. I think a lot of it kind of had to do with my mental. My mental kind of crashed after that point as well. So we're back. We're in a much better mood in the last couple of weeks, and we're having ourselves quite a bit of fun. So, you know, we're making this game. I think the chat game is going to do a lot for us. So I think over the course of the next few months, hopefully things start to bounce back a little bit, and we can start to see some more growth. And I'd really enjoy that. We've been pretty stagnant for the last year. It's been pretty rough. But a lot of that's my fault because I just wasn't in the headspace to be, you know, doing the things that need to get done to really make the channel better. So. Doo-doo. Honestly, streaming is, I would love to stream, but it's too complicated. It's definitely one of the most difficult things I've ever done in my entire life. And it's also one of the most punishing things I think I've ever done in my entire life. Just in that the mistakes that you make can have an extremely detrimental effect on, how you perceive your own worth as a streamer. And so, you make a mistake, maybe you switch games, maybe you make a decision that your community isn't on board with, and all of a sudden your community just evaporates. And it's really hard not to feel sort of really down on yourself when stuff like that happens. And it's really difficult to continue to make all the right decisions all the time so that, your community doesn't feel like you left them or, changed in some way that they don't like or something like that. So it is a wildly difficult thing to do. And there is a lot to it. But it's also one of the most interesting things I've ever done. Because of how complicated it is, because of how complex the interaction between, myself and chat and stuff like that is. I find that very interesting. I like examining why the decisions I make have the impact that they have and stuff like that. Can you give a French game Salil check out? I've done a lot. Say what now? You mean the games you were making on the Google Drive? Tsuyuva needs another level. Rats. I hate rats. They drive me crazy. Sure, level that up. And yeah, we'll wait on that one. I guess it's half timing and the other half's luck. Wherever you are, whenever it's right, you'll come out of nowhere and into my life. Alright, let's try and kill a couple more bosses here. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah, after I get done with the stream, I'll go take a peek there, Wyatt. I'm not gonna succeed on this one. My dude got nuked right away in the first little fight there. Just stop nuking my dude. That's all I want. Just don't nuke my dude. Get nuked. Oh. He nuked my dude again. Stop it. Alright, maybe this next boss will be one that I don't have to kite in order to beat. That would be fabulous. Just fabulous. So tired of kiting. Ooh. Spectre Halberdier. Yeah. Get him. Hell yeah, dude. Nuke that fool. You're gonna get dumpstered, 'cause you're a dumpster. That's why you get dumpstered. Get freaking dumpstered. Get dumpstered. Get dumpstered. Whatever, get dumpstered. Get dumpstered. Let's use up these little things here. Give me some good orbs. Give me some items. Do you want my love? I don't know if she's a digital artist. As long as she keeps her art to the self-promotion thing, then I guess I don't care. But I don't know them. I've never spoken to them. It's probably just a bot. It actually annoys the crap out of me that, you know, I want to leave that self-promotion thing open. So, you know, other people who are creating things, you know, people who create art, people who do streaming or create content, you know, especially people who are sort of in the same niche and stuff as me. You know, I want to leave that self-promotion thing open so that they can, you know, link YouTube accounts and Twitch accounts and stuff like that and be supportive. But well, so far, I think all I've really gotten are people who are bots who literally just scour Discords for, you know, places to post their AI garbage. Which I don't have a problem with people using AI. Just don't try and sell it to me. Like I don't need to buy your AI. I can just go use the AI to make the thing. Stop being a twit. I mean, if you have grounds to report it, then you're welcome to report it, but don't just report it for no reason. If you think that they're a bot, or if you think that they're doing something that they shouldn't be against Discord terms of service or something, then, you know, you're your own person. That's your prerogative. But hey, good deal. We got another 10 in there. That was great. Spectre Night Lord. Hey, another one of these. I might actually be able to just beat this one too. Ooh, he hits a little harder, I think. Ouchie. Doesn't look like that's going to work. We're going to take this down to 30%. Use the big potions. Do a little reset here. Give me with that reset. How does that feel? Get dumpstered. Okay, maybe not dumpstered, but dead. We're not going to make it very much further than this, though. Dude does just a little too much damage for me. That's alright. Together we could be so amazing. So many enemies. They all must die. It's time to die. Die. Let's go look in some of these shops. See if there's anything in here that I might need. I've been thinking about buying up the elixirs, but honestly, I think that's a bad idea. Well, maybe in this one it's a good idea. Go look in the Coliseum here. Let's go look down here. We'll probably get these in this one. Let's go over here to this event and see what's up in this exchange. Murder everything. Let's see. We got to get to 2,500. What's up, Nemanja? Welcome back. Welcome back. I think we're about to run out of stuff to do. Had to rescue Cat. Oh no, what happened? Stuck on the tree. How cliche. How cliche. It is a dumb cat. Let's open up some of these bad boys, can we? Yeah. Hey, there's a legendary. Hey, it's a Thesarian. Nice. I actually think Thesarian is going to be a really good DPS. His base attack, right? That's a huge amount compared to most. Then we've got damage dealt up 20% for himself, and then burn or bonus damage to people under burn, which is huge. And then a burn that does 20% of his attack every 0.2 seconds, which is also huge. And then another damage up versus enemies under burn for his Star 7 Awakening. Too old. Hey, fuck you. I'm only like halfway. I'm only like halfway, okay? I'm gonna be 39 soon. Gross. I gotta think of something to do on my birthday for the stream. Gotta think of something to do. 48 hours, yeah. I couldn't stay up for 48 hours if my life depended on it. I'll probably try and do 24, but... I did leave you. I was tired. My old ass gets sleepy, dude. I get sleepy. I was like only 30 minutes short of 24 hours on my birthday, my last birthday last year. So we did 23 and a half hours. That's not that bad. But I'll probably do the same thing. But I'd like to, I don't think the game is going to be in a good enough spot to do anything cool with that, which is unfortunate. Maybe if I really buckle down, but I don't see that happening. I'm not really a buckle down kind of person. I thought you said you were 8,315, not 3,815. Can't even keep your story straight, Wyatt. If you're gonna lie, at least lie well. Killing random stuff. I don't think there's anything left to do to power up my dudes. Suyuha. I wish I had 3 more of these so I could awaken you. Also wish that I could give this dude some more defense. Joined at Arc? Yeah, as far as I remember, Wyatt. I'm pretty sure you joined when we were playing Arc, which I think was in January. December or January of last year. Somewhere around that time. Can we maybe beat some more Trial of Ascensions? Nope, doesn't look like we can. Oh, this isn't our team anymore. Let's go in here and let's try and correct this team. And let's see. Let's give it a whirl. Is this a big game? I don't actually think it is. This is like the 4th Survivor War or Summoner Wars game to get put out. So I don't know that it's particularly popular. Brody. I don't remember. Was it a Brody? We tried to play with a couple of people in Ark. Unfortunately, we had that dude chasing us around, killing us over and over again. Like a jackass. I wish Ark was a more fun game. I really do. Because man, do I like flying around on dinosaurs. No, there was somebody when I was playing Ark that chased me around for like a month and a half. That was constantly just putting racial slurs in the chat and chasing me around on Ark, killing me over and over again, blowing up my bases, stream sniping me, and just generally being a menace. I had to ban like 25 or 30 accounts because this person just kept making accounts and coming into the chat and dropping racial slurs and just generally being a huge piece of crap. So this one specifically is called Summoner's War Rush, Wyatt. There's also the original Summoner's War. There's also Summoner's War Sky Arena. There's Summoner's War Chronicles, which is like an MMO game. But honestly, I don't recommend that you play any of the Summoner's War games. Simply because of your age and because of how predatory the monetization mechanics are. It's just not something that a young person should interact with. So I highly recommend against playing really any gacha game because they are extremely predatory. and they have very casino-like addictive, like RNG, monetization systems. And I mean, they're bad in that way. And so anybody who's very young or very prone to gambling and stuff like that just should never ever interact with these games, because they're designed to hit those dopamine centers and try and get you to just swipe that card over and over and over again. It's probably for the better. Creator commotion is done. Hey, look at all that stuff. Yeah. Yo, who is this person? You don't get to have a diamond crystal. You're too weak. I've gambled and I'm good. Got scared for a second you were gonna beat him. That's right. If you download this game, Wyatt, I'm gonna find your account and I'm gonna attack you. Attack. Not really, though. I don't think I'm good enough to beat anybody. I just be over here sucking at video games. All right, let's go open up these orbs, though. Let's do it. Give me something good. I haven't gotten a new masterpiece item in a while. This is kind of bullshit, dude. Thanks, Nemanja. I really appreciate the vote of confidence there. Doesn't make me feel bad about myself at all. Mm-hmm. We definitely got a weird way of showing it. Stab all the people you love in the back. With friends like you, who needs enemies? Oh, you would definitely beat me in Fortnite, Wyatt. For sure, for sure. That is way too many buttons. All that building, all that shit. Oh my gosh. No way. No way, not a chance. The only way I would be able to beat you at Fortnite is if I managed to get a sniper rifle and shoot you while you didn't know where I was. That would be the only way. A, I'm not very good at first-person shooter games. But B, I'm not very good at Fortnite. Those are the best friends. You never know what to expect. Oh yeah. Yeah, I love surprises. I love surprise knives in the back. That's definitely, of all the types of surprises out there, the best type of surprise is a surprise knife in the back. Second best type of surprise, surprise party. That's definitely the order those go in. For sure. You always know. I mean, you can't always know. Also, no is spelled with a K. N-O-W is now. Rasputin 100. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the channel. Different kind of no. But you are correct. Technically, no is N-O. Technically correct. You know, I'm doing pretty good. We're just sitting here watching my little dudes kill lots of other little dudes. It's been a good time. Grammar is not my strong suit either. Don't worry about it. Also, I know what you're trying to say, so it's not really a big deal. I just figured I'd let you know. I tend to think that spelling and grammar and stuff aren't really all that important because it's fairly easy to figure out from context what somebody's trying to say, so. Where did I find this game? I was running around on Steam looking at like strategy games and stuff that are coming out. And this happened to pop up as something that's coming to the Steam in a little while. It's supposed to launch on Steam at some point this month, but it is yet to actually launch. So I decided to just go ahead and download the PC, the independent PC client, and start playing. I guess I've been playing for about a week now, actually. I guess today's... I started about 6 days ago, and then I restarted and started streaming it 4 days ago. But it's a fun little idle gacha game. You know, I like the deck building aspect of games like this. So, you know, having lots of characters to develop and having different game modes and stuff like that that require different character skills. And so having to build different teams for each one and all that stuff is a lot of fun. Play the mobile game Summoner's War, the Sky Arena one. Yeah, I've never played Sky Arena. I played the original Summoner's War. Kind of off and on. You know, I restart every now and then. But I've never really gotten into any of the Summoner's War games really thoroughly. But since this one's so new, I figured I could, you know, kind of start out at the beginning and watch the game develop and stuff. So I'm trying to push right now. I guess I've got about 9 more days until Warborn Above Ashes come out. Over the course of the next 9 days, I'd like to try and get as far as I can, because once Warborn comes out, I probably won't be playing much anymore, but it's a massive fan base around the world. Yeah, Summoners War is a huge, huge IP. Absolutely. Absolutely. For sure. What type of game is Sky Arena? Is it sort of like the original, or what genre is Sky Arena in? Yeah, it's got a lot of the same characters as the original game, for sure. There's only 79 characters in this game so far. Um, so hopefully, we'll get a bunch more. Because there's, I mean, hundreds of characters in the original game. So I'd like to see, some of the old favorites come back. Uh, this game is still pretty well in its infancy. Most of the game modes don't really require too much differentiation in the units that you're using, because there aren't really enough units that differentiation. Turn-based game, of course, uses energy. Okay, so it's a little more like the original Summoners War then, with the turn-based combat and stuff. Is it more of a PvP focused game? I think it's the same, just renamed. Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. I guess I could actually just look that up right now. Let's go see. Summoners War. Let's see. Summoners War, Summoners War Chronicles, Summoners War Rush. Okay, yeah, I don't see anything called Summoners War. Of course, this is on Steam. But I do just see the regular Summoners War here. It was actually released to Steam in January of last year. Let's open up the internet browser here. And let's go see what Summoners War Sky Arena is. Summoners War Sky Arena. Playing Banana? I don't know what Banana is. Oh, yeah, I think you're right. I think it is just the original. Okay, so I have played that game. I thought it was a different one. I thought it was different. Nope, it's the same. I see, I see. Well, that makes sense. Bananas are delicious, but I didn't know there was a game called Banana. And the game's frozen. This is what I get for opening the web browser. I shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it. The stream has actually been running pretty well today, surprisingly. Just coming back to it after a few years off, thought that was what you were streaming. Oh yeah, no, my account in Summoner's War is pretty weak sauce. Oh, that game on Steam where you get all the little banana things and sell them on Steam. Right, right. But yeah, no, my accounts in regular Summoners War are pretty weak. Yeah, I'm gonna break it again, Nemanja. I won't open up the web browser again, I promise. So I figured since this game was kind of new, and there's literally nobody streaming this one, so I figured I'd give it a go. It's been entertaining me. I like the more active battle style. I like the fact that this is kind of the main thing. So there isn't, I mean, there is kind of a Sky Island like there is in the Sky Arena, but it's not where you do stuff necessarily. This mode right here where they're just running around killing people is kind of the main screen of the game. And so even when I'm just sitting here not doing anything, there's kind of something going on in the background, and we're earning resources and stuff like that to level up our mons and do all that. So I like having something that kind of is active in the background. I'm sorry, Namaja. I didn't mean to break it. It wasn't my fault. It was the stupid internet being down yesterday. Fucked everything up. But then you've got, like boss fights and stuff, so we can go into the boss fight mode. And then maybe we can go into the boss fight mode, and this is the boss here right now. And so I'm going to kite him out a little bit so I don't lose timer, and so I gain up my skills. And then we'll go in. We'll see if we can't nuke him. I don't actually think I'm going to beat this boss. But you only get 30 seconds. Oh, I am going to win. Cool. And then every boss that you kill gives you some of these orbs that give you items. And then it moves you on to the next stage. And there are 12,000 stages. Hey, Rasputin, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. But you go to these new stages and then you get more of the passive resources the higher your stage is. So the metagame is, just to kind of push the stages and try and get higher and, make your people stronger and all that stuff. But it's a pretty good time, as far as idle games and stuff are concerned. There are certainly worse games to play. It's obviously extremely pay to win, just like Sky Arena is. They're trying to motivate you to go in and spend some real currency on, monthly subscriptions and passes and, things to get more items and things to summon more banners. And, it's all very predatory, but I just kind of ignore it and don't spend any money on it. It's a good time. Hopefully the Steam client will come out soon, and hopefully it's a little better. I think this runs on an emulator. Hopefully the Steam client will be like a full PC client and not, you know, some trash emulator thing. And then maybe it'll just run a little smoother and be a little better. I hope. I hope, because this game is not graphically intensive. There's really no reason for it to not run extremely smoothly. I guess I could turn off, we could see. Let's go to the settings, and let's turn off all these stupid effects. Because you can't really see what's going on anyway. General. Show skill effects. Turn that off. Let's see what happens when we turn off the skill effects. Well, that's interesting. You can actually see all the numbers now. I honestly thought that I would hate that more, but I don't necessarily dislike not being able to see the effects. I think it's probably time to go back in here and do some of these. I need to catch up a little. What do we got? Rank 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all here. Let's see if I can catch up to these dudes. Oops. Let's see. So this is the other game mode. Rasputin. What the hell? And so these enemies are going to come down here, and this is a tower defense version of the game, or tower defense game mode. We're going to put these good meleeers. These are my two sort of highest DPS. I just noticed your name is Rasputin, like the song. Rasputin is a historic character, or a historic person. Rasputin was Russian. We'll put these people in the middle here. Yeah, that's definitely the best layout. For sure. So now we're going to play this tower defense mode. And this is how you get some of your resources and stuff like that. Lover of the Russian Queen. Yeah, everybody thought Rasputin was immortal because he told everybody that he was immortal. And then a bunch of people tried to assassinate him, and they kept messing it up. And he kept surviving in just like really ridiculous ways. And so everybody just believed that he was immortal because of it. But he was like a religious leader in Russia during, what was the queen's name? There's a TV show about her now. And freeze this guy in here with our biggest hitter. Was it during World War One? That was seriously only a little over 100 years ago? Or a little under 100 years ago? I can't believe that. That's crazy. I thought Rasputin lived in like the 1500s or something. History's funny. History is hilarious. Actually, I think you should go there. And you should probably go here. And everybody else is maybe fine right there. History was definitely my worst class in school. I had to retake my History 101 class twice in college, and I still failed it the second time, and then I ultimately dropped out of college. But I did just fine in most of my other classes. But it's all those dates and names. I can't memorize all that shit. So I have a really, like, weird understanding of history because I don't really understand the timeline. So, like, I know a lot of the stuff that happened, but if you ask me to put it in chronological order, I would not be able to figure it out. They poisoned him, he survived. They shot him, he survived. They shot him again, wrapped him in a carpet, dumped him in the river. And when he was found, he had water in his lungs, meaning he actually survived the gunshot again and ultimately drowned. That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I'd feel bad for the dude, but he kind of brought it on himself. If you're going to taunt your enemies by claiming to be immortal and then do a bunch of really heinous shit. They're going to put that immortality claim to the test. Right, we got a boss here. Gonna go ahead and move. Let's do this number right here. Never bathed, but still pulled the ladies. I mean, it was a little less ridiculous not to bathe 100 and something years ago. I mean, granted, still super gross, but I don't think we're gonna get this boss killed. Oh my gosh, we were so close. That's really too bad. I could probably go back in there and beat that just by kind of moving my characters around a little more at the end. But I don't really think I feel like doing that, so we're not going to. Do I know about Alexander Sejcic? Is that how that's said? Or is it Sejcic? But no, I do not know anything about Alexander Sejcic. I have never even heard that name. Kind of the first one, okay. Honestly, I just don't really remember. Guy from my country who fought for Russia against samurai. Okay. I just don't really remember a lot about learning about the Slavic nations in school in the United States. We learned it felt like we learned a lot more even about like Chinese and Japanese history than we did about Russia and the other Slavic nations. And then most of our European history was either about the UK, a little bit of France, obviously Germany around World War One and Two, but then the rest of our European history focused on like medieval Europe, which was weird. I don't know. Our school's history is a little bit awkward. Lots of the younger people know the name Rasputin from either the animated movie or some computer system in a video game. There's an animated movie with Rasputin in it? I didn't know that. What's crazy to me is how recently in history samurai were a thing. Like, there was overlap between samurai and fax machines, if I'm not mistaken. Every now and then I get those YouTube videos that pop up on my feed that are like, did you know how close these things were in history? And if I'm not mistaken, one of them was that fax machines and samurai existed at the same time. Which is fucking crazy to me. Because when I think samurai, I think like 800 years ago. So pretty dope. He's trying to get Anastasia. 1904 was this war? Yeah, exactly. So samurai and fax machines. What the hell? Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. That's from Anastasia, right? Yeah, 1843, the fax machine. That's freaking bonkers. There is no reason, like, my brain cannot handle the fact that fax machines and samurais. Rasputin is blamed for the fall of the Russian monarchy, allowing communism to come in. I mean, they say it's his fault, but was it really? I don't actually know. I assume that's just a cop-out. I might be back. I might still be here, Wyatt. But in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Let's see, let's open up all my potions here. Let's open up whatever these are. Open up that. Oh. Critters to promote, nice. Get some more stats there. Gotta love me some stats. Figures dancing gracefully across my memory. Where's my ranking in all of this? Am I still rank 7? Hey, rank 6 now. What's up? Although that person is already gaining things, so they're going to get triggered before me. So they're actually technically still ahead of me. Which makes me sad. Let's go do some arenas. Let's keep our arenas done. Who is this? Oh no, this person's probably going to beat me. No! No! Everybody is stronger than me. Yeah, I'm going to beat Tommy, baby, though. Yes, that song is from Anastasia. Okay, cool. That's what I thought. I've never actually seen the movie. I just like to listen to show tunes, and a lot of times, Disney movies or just cartoon movies, the music in them sort of counts as show tunes, and so it always shows up on all of my playlists and stuff. Where Funky Cheese? Or is that Funky Chase? Oh no, I imagine it's probably also going to be me. No, leave me alone. Stop making me fight people stronger than me. Saw it as a teenager. That was a long time ago. Yeah. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? I will be turning 39 real soon. Oh, you only get 5 of these a day. Okay. I see. Lame. Lame. Antique. Maybe 46 this year, but I'm not saying. Yep. It's funny. Most of the people who find their way into my chat are older. I honestly thought when I started streaming that most of the people that I interacted with would be significantly younger than me. But I actually am, I think, the younger 50% of people who have watched my channel. I end up with a lot of people older than me for some reason. It's pretty funny. Antique is good. It means you've aged well. Being an antique means you have value, means that your age is of benefit. What you don't want to be is outdated, right? Antique is old and valuable. Outdated is old and useless. I wish that I could level this character up some more somehow. Let's get him some more crit damage at least. Do a little more deeps. So he comes around again. I've seen a lot of 90s things coming back. That's right. That's right. The one thing they really should bring back. I'm not a dinosaur. Fuck you. But the one thing they really should bring back is Pogs. Pogs with a shit. I miss me some Pogs. I mean, is there any value to being able to tell time on an analog clock? Really? It's like writing in cursive or, being able to do math without a calculator. There are just some skills that are becoming irrelevant because when are you ever without a digital clock? I mean, literally ever. AA batteries, AAA batteries, watch batteries. These things are in such enormous abundance that it is completely unreasonable to think that there is going to be a time in your life where you don't have access, especially in a developed nation, to some sort of digital clock. And because we don't write freehand anymore, when we primarily communicate with each other through writing, we do it on a computer, so you're typing. So there's not really any need to try and speed up the process of writing with cursive, which was the point of cursive writing, right? When you flow from one letter to the next and don't have to pick up your pen off the paper every time and, create separation and all that stuff, you can ultimately write faster. But there's no need to be able to write faster if all of your written communication is typed out on a keyboard. So what's the point in learning cursive? I mean, those are just irrelevant skills in today's world. I'm honestly pretty surprised with the fact that we still have shoelaces in our shoes. It honestly kind of shocks me that we don't just use some sort of Velcro or something. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they just don't write that often. Like, what? Why would you learn to write legibly if I don't even write that legibly? Um, I was born in 86, but by the time I got to a point in school where I was writing papers, all of my papers were turned in typed out, right? I used a word processor for basically every paper I've ever written in my entire life. And there was a little bit of, I had the fortune of having a computer in my home. Um, and not everybody my age growing up did. And so, being able to use a word processor was maybe a little unique when I was, in middle school. But it definitely, by the time I was in high school and definitely by the time I was in college, was extremely common for literally everybody to have access to a computer. And when I was in middle school and high school, we had computer labs at our school. So if you needed to use a computer to type out your homework, you could. You just did it at the school. You know, all the libraries had computers. Like, it was fairly easy to access a computer, so I didn't grow up handwriting my papers. You know, you would handwrite your rough draft, and that was actually kind of a requirement, was to turn in a handwritten rough draft along with your typed final draft. But that even kind of went away when I was in high school. And so, I mean, my handwriting is dog shit. Just absolute dog shit. But I haven't handwritten a note to anybody since I was in the 8th grade. I guess I used to have some pen pals. I used to go to theater camp when I was a kid. And so I, you know, had a couple of friends that I kept up with through snail mail. And we wrote letters back and forth when I was a kid. But I think the last time I wrote one of those letters, I was in the 7th or 8th grade. Yeah, exactly. Word perfect. That was exactly the processor that I used. 100%. Good old word perfect. On an old Pentium computer. I never really learned any of the hotkeys or I mean, like I said, I was pretty young. Microsoft Word came out while I was still in school, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. I didn't really do very much of my homework when I was a kid. Like, I failed out of high school. I never graduated, so. Especially English. My first ever F was in my 9th grade English class. So, they do. Yeah, I've got all the F keys on my keyboard. Sure do. Your web browser, if you press F5, I think refreshes your web browser. Pretty sure it's F5. And Control F4 closes your program. Or is it Alt F4? It's Alt F4. Yeah, if you press Alt F4, you'll close whatever program you're in. So if you're ever playing a video game and somebody tells you that the hotkey to do something is Alt F4, they're trying to get you to close your video game because they're assholes. Hi Flaz, have you played any other Summoners War game? Yeah, I've played the original. And I played a little bit of Chronicles, and by a little bit, I mean like 10 minutes. But it wasn't really my cup of tea. But yeah, I have. Also, iFlaz, I feel like I have seen you in chat before. It's been a while, but I feel like I've seen you before. But if not, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Thought it was Alt-Tab. Alt-Tab minimizes or allows you to switch windows. Alt-F4 straight up closes the program. Chronicles sucked. Yeah, it didn't take me very long before I realized it wasn't going to be for me. I don't think me and Chronicles would have gotten along. Followed during Throne and Liberty, watched play some of Once Human. Okay. I remember. Chronicles was fun for a while. I mean, any game can be fun for a little while, I think. But I saw the writing on the wall with Chronicles, at least from my perspective, pretty early, so... Played a lot of Original Summoners War. I haven't played a lot of Original Summoners War. I've gone back to it a number of times, and I always restart, so I don't ever have a very good account. But I like this sort of more action combat style of this game. There are some things that I don't like about it, like I think everybody clumps up a little too much. Even your ranged characters, you can see where the separation is. Like, that's not very much separation for my ranged attackers. And then I wish that maybe my melees spread out a little more. And I wish everything wasn't just a big clump battle. But that's something I can get over. I like watching this a little more. And then, there's a tower defense version or a mode in this game, and I really like tower defense games. So getting to develop my characters and then take them over to a tower defense is kind of cool. So I'm pretty interested to see where this game goes. I think they've left themselves open for being able to use a lot of different types of modes and stuff. So I'm pretty interested. My top gacha games are Raid, believe it or not. Now I'm way far behind to catch up. Summoner's War, Cookie Run Kingdom, and 7. So I've played quite a bit of Raid. I agree with you. I think Raid is a fun game. I think, again, its monetization is pretty egregious, and that's just kind of true of all these games. And so I can't really get behind that. But yeah, I think Raid is a fun game. I think they have a lot of really interesting modes in Raid. So the most important thing about these gacha games is they need to have a lot of different types of boss mechanics and fight mechanics so that all of your different characters can be used in different ways so that you continually have a reason to be developing some character. And so if all of the modes ultimately are kind of the same, and you can just use all the same characters in every game mode and against every boss, then, you're going to get to a point where you develop all the characters you need, and then there's nothing else to do. And something that Raid did really well was, all the bosses were slightly different. You had, bosses with shields that you had to break by hitting them a certain number of times. You had bosses that were much more susceptible to poisons. You had bosses that you needed to tank. You had all these different things. And so you were always developing lots of different groups. And so I think that kept Raid really relevant for a really long time. Do you know that Rovio, the company behind Angry Birds, makes a boat arena game? I did not know that they made a boat arena game, no. I've actually never even played Angry Birds in my entire life. I don't really play phone games. The only phone games I play are phone games that also have PC versions, like this one. But, yeah, I'm a big fan. I like gacha games. I would prefer gacha games that didn't require or rely on predatory monetization mechanics, but do you know that on YouTube it says day 3? Oh, whoops. I forgot to change it. What a dipshit. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. I've been using the exact same thumbnail for 4 days straight now, too. I'm totally phoning it in. Yeah, this is Rush Rasputin. Tis. How long has this been out? Sorry, iFliz, I missed that for a second. Since June or July, I think, is when it came out. It hasn't been out for very long at all. It's supposed to be coming out on Steam this month. And that's originally how I found the game. Was I was going through Steam games just looking for something because I was bored. And I bumped into this. And I saw that it was going to be coming out. And then I looked up the website on the internet and saw that it had a PC client already. So I just went ahead and downloaded it and started playing it. I played it for like 2 days, and then I decided I wanted to stream it, so I restarted. And here we are, 4 days in. Yeah, Rasputin, if you liked the original Summoner's War, you'll like this one. It's not as developed as the original Summoner's War. There aren't as many bosses. Those bosses don't have as interesting of mechanics. But I think that's something that's going to change, right? When the original Summoner's War came out, it was also fairly, didn't have a lot of stuff going on, and it's just developed over time into something better. So I assume the same thing will happen here. We're going to get more characters, I'm sure. There's only 79 of the Mons right now. So, I mean, I think right now is a good time to get into the game and, start developing your Mons a little bit. And so as they, start adding more Mons and stuff in the future, you'll have resources built up and, the game. So this mode that I'm playing right now where you're watching and I'm gaining all these resources, this happens even when the game is off. So you have a couple of things you can do. You can go into this sleep mode. So right now it's playing that same mode sort of in the background, and all you're seeing is, the items that you're earning here and how long you've been doing it. But if you're not logged into the game, it's still constantly doing this. I enjoyed playing Path of Exile too, Nemanja, I really did. So this is what's called the stages. So right now I'm in stage 2094, and every stage has a boss. So this is kind of your home screen in this game, iFliz. And then you have your Sky Island, but this isn't really where you do stuff from. This is kind of where you do stuff from. You won't ever really see other players in the game, Rasputin. There's a chat, right? So this is the English chat here, and this is all of the English servers. I'm in English 172, and this is all of the English groups combined. But there isn't, it's not an MMO. It's not a multiplayer game. There's no hubs. There's nothing like that. But this is just the main gameplay mode here. And then I can go in and I can fight the bosses. And if I kill this boss, it'll take me to the next stage. And so I fight him. I was just doing something called kiting there, which is just trying to extend the beginning of the fight a little bit. So I can earn, that blue bar is my special attack bar. So I was waiting for that to kind of fill up before engaging the boss. And right now, he was fighting my tank. My tank died, unfortunately, but I still got the boss. And so when you kill the boss, now I'm in 2095. And so I'm going to get more of my core resources. And this is just always what's happening. If you want to look at the sort of the storyline mode, is this mode here, which is very much like Summoner's War storyline mode. And when I go in here, these are actually tower defense fights. So this is my 10-person team right here, which I've been developing through the other modes in the game. And then I can go in and I can do my tower defense fight here. So now you see I've got people will come down from here and people will come over from here and they're trying to kill my crystal. And then, I just set up my units. So let's see, I want that person there. I want that person there. The rest of that kind of looks like it'll be okay. Actually, I think we want to keep this here. Yeah. So we'll go ahead and start. And so now we're just going to play this tower defense mode. And this is how you get through your storyline and get some of your other stuff. I'll be missing too much. Oh my gosh. I think my person missed their accuracy buff. Then we got a little sub-boss over here. Murder that thing real quick. Nice. But then there's PvP modes. There's 10 versus 10. There's 25 versus 25. And then there's 15 versus 15, I think, for the PvP. And it's all that same action combat. And then you've got all of your different bosses. So there's bosses for XP, for gold, for relic points, for all kinds of different stuff. Then there's a guild boss. There's a conquest mode that I haven't even gotten to yet, which is like the guild versus guild PvP mode. But you have to get to stage 2800 before you can even start looking at the conquest mode, and I haven't gotten there. It's probably going to take me maybe another week to get there. Maybe 3 or 4 days, I don't know. So there's tons of stuff that goes on in this game, lots of little things to do. But it also doesn't necessarily have to take up a lot of your time, because even when you're logged out, you're earning all those resources. So you can kind of come in and do all your dailies real quick, and then log out, and then you're good. I mean, you could play for like 30 or 40 minutes a day and kind of keep up, if that's what you wanted to do. And periodically you'd have to spend a little more time so that you could like do the tower defenses and do some of that other stuff. But for the most part, you could kind of just only play a little bit and be good. And then, I mean, like I said, it's very egregiously monetized. It wants you to spend money, and it brings up the banners and stuff in your face just all the time. It's just like, hey, why don't you spend $5? Hey, why don't you spend $5? Hey, you know what would be cool is if you spent $5. Hey, maybe you should spend $5. And I just keep telling it to go fuck itself. We may be going to win this time. I think maybe not, honestly. Nope, doesn't look like it. Son of a beagle. Don't quite do enough damage there. Too bad. Too bad. So sad. But these are all your different dungeons. So you get gold, XP, relic, mastery, and critter XP. You have your mons, but then you also have your critters. So these critters are just kind of giving you, they give you what's called a possession bonus. So you can just level them up. They all level up to like level 50, I think. And then they give you passive stats. The stats in this game are pretty out of control. If we look in here at my mons, you can see my base attack and HP are 823k and 60k. But then if we actually go out into the stages mode and we click that same character, my HP is 9 million and my attack is 1 million or 900,000. So there's tons of bonuses and stuff. There's all kinds of different ways that you end up bonusing your characters. And the numbers get really fucking out of control. Like I have 1.75 billion power, but there are people with 4 trillion power. So it's silly. I mean, this game has no respect for numbers and math, like at all. It's just like, oh, you do a Googleplex damage. Cool. Why? Because why not? And then this is how you get items. So these are my items here. They benefit every mode of the game. And you get these little orbs. And you open them. And they mostly give you garbage. But this here is your orb levels. So the more orbs you open, the more of these little crystal pieces you get. And when you get enough, you can level up your orb. And based on your level is how you get your drop rates. And so, like right now, I have a really, really small chance to get these masterpieces. But I've gotten 4 of them. But on the next level, that goes up by 10 times. So I'm going to have a 0.3% chance instead of a 0.03. So, well, young people, I'm off for today. Have fun. Yeah, later, Nemanja. Have a good day. Thanks for being around. But then next I'll be able to get a 0.01% chance to get the next tier of gear, which is the Transcendent. So I won't get very many pieces for a while, but that's kind of the whole how you level up and how you get better gear and stuff is just using these orbs. So I could literally, like, I could just sit here for days, log on every now and then, use up some orbs, and eventually I would just get stronger. Right? There's no way to not be getting stronger because you get some of these orbs just naturally while the game sort of plays when it's off. So you're just kind of always going to be getting stronger. Right? You get monster XP for free, and that's how you level up the monsters. Obviously, you can get more by actually doing stuff. But, I mean, you could literally start an account and then just log on to it and check it like once a day. I don't know how long it'll go before it stops giving you free resources and stuff. So, like, could you go a week without playing and then log in? Could you go a month? I don't know. But I'm going to fix it, Nemanja, I promise. I will make sure that you can get to 1 million HP. I swear. I will allow you to brutalize the poor Thesourusaurus. Yeah, have a good day, man. See you tomorrow. But I don't really think, I've pretty much used up all my resources. Pretty much gone as far as I'm going to be able to go today. The reset happens in about 3 hours, and then we'll get some more dailies, we'll get some more resources, we'll be able to level up our people some more, get them a little more powerful and stuff, and then maybe push a little further. But I don't think there's really very much more we're going to be able to do today, so I'm probably going to go ahead and end the stream. I need to get something to eat anyway. I haven't eaten since we started. It's been about 5 hours. So I think we're just going to call it for today. I'll be back again tomorrow at about the same time. Because more people seem to be showing up later in the day for this game, I might push it back an hour or two and start at like noon or 1 o'clock Pacific. So that way, we can be in that time frame where people are kind of tuning in. So yeah, I hope everybody has a great day. I hope those of you who decided to try out Summoner's War Rush enjoy it. And come back and let me know what you think, and let me know any strats that you pick up or anything like that. Because I'm a trash can. I suck at video games, so I need all the help I can get. But yeah, I hope to see you all again, and I hope everybody has a great day, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye-bye.